Make them shine. breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes
plenty of action over the last week. We've got plenty more to come as well, because of course we are working towards Barcelona and those all-important live finals. As you can see on your screen, WREC's absolutely dismantled Clash in the first series of our tournament. Doom was unleashed on his AD carries and really made an impact. Following that, we had Team Dark taking on Team Queso, and despite being a one-sided matchup on paper, Team Dark really made Team Queso work for it. And if it wasn't for Vejos on his Akali, which you can see right now on the screen, was pretty insane, I actually genuinely think Team Queso could have been facing the losers bracket. We had Viv going up against Revenant, and unfortunately, despite the rebrand, Revenant not able to match up against the power of Viv, who really came into the last chance qualifier following the performance they left off in the main Wild Rift European Championship. We then had Formulation versus Control, and of course, Formulation, absolute powerhouses in the main WREC tournament, were able to dispatch Control to the lower bracket with relative ease, and we'll be seeing these guys later on today. We've got plenty of hype matchups with those winning teams coming your way. We, of course, then had the losers brackets work through. We had Clash versus Team Dark. Unfortunately, Clash couldn't make an impact here, and Team Dark were able to put them in the dustbin and consign them out of the WREC last chance qualifier, and they will be, of course, moving on through the lower bracket. We've then had one final matchup, which was going to be Revenant versus Control, and that was an easy win for Revenant. They were very handily able to, for Control, they were very easily able to dispatch Revenant and take their place in the lower bracket, where they'll be awaiting the losers of today's matchups to see if they can progress and get closer to Barcelona. For the time being though, guys, we'll see you in a moment. We're going to dive straight into all of the action here on the last chance qualifiers.
By the way, KTRL won. I'm sure you misspoke.
Everybody round here know we getting hyped. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round,
Welcome everyone to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Scoundrel here, joined by Hell's Devil and Stuart, as we've got two exciting matchups coming your way. Gentlemen, how are you feeling today? It has been a pretty exciting couple of weeks here at WREC, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's been very exciting, and it's only going to get more exciting, especially with the upcoming games, right? WREC against Queso and Viv Esports against Formulation Gaming. This is going to be amazing, Scoundrel. I'm really excited for it.
I'm really excited for it too, Stu. And of course, I think we'll take a chance to look at the bracket to see exactly where we are in the competition as well, to see kind of like those upper bracket and lower bracket situations. Of course, you can see we have our upper bracket games today, which is going to be the WREC's GG versus Team Queso matchup and Viv versus Formulation. We also have the lower bracket, which you saw a couple of highlights from on our opening video, and you can see that Team Dark beat Clash, and Control managed to beat out Revenant. It was a 2-1 though at the end. I think Revenant made them work for it just a little bit, but they'll be waiting for the losers of today's matchups so they can then look to continue their own campaign in the last chance qualifier. Now, Stu, WREC versus TQ, Viv versus Formulation. These are some big ticket matchups, right?
These are some huge maps up. I think WREC versus Team Queso is the game that everyone has been waiting for since it was confirmed really a few weeks ago. And now we get to see it, and now we get to see what teams get to make their way to Barcelona as well. But it's going to be a close one with all the changes and everything that's happening in the game at the moment. It's really exciting stuff.
Well, let's take a look today at the predictions that you guys have gone for, including myself. I should be included in this. I technically make predictions. Everybody has gone for WREC apart from Carmeline, but of course she has to back her Team Queso compatriots, and everybody has gone for Viv over Formulation. I genuinely think, Hells, though, that Viv versus Formulation matchup could be a little closer than the predictions kind of illustrate. I know WREC versus Queso could be as well, but I think a lot of us are expecting WREC to win.
I honestly think Viv is going to take it pretty easily, but I think you're right anyways. Because like I feel like Viv is insanely good. Like from the performance that we saw from them the other days, I feel like they can pull everything off, right? Like, and that's my opinion. It may get close, of course. We want to have it a close match, but I think they're gonna steamroll them.
That is interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing if that plays out the way that you said. Now, Stu, I think this is where we are going to wave a goodbye to you for the time being. So, Stu, we'll see you a little bit later on. And Hells, we can dive into some of those key headlines coming into today. Now, of course, the big one, the big elephant in the room that we need to address is that 2 new champions are available this week for the Last Chance qualifiers. Shen and Karma, who were recently introduced to Wild Rift.
Yeah, definitely Shen and Karma. And these are also some, like, I love these champions, right? Like, because very skilled players can make some very good plays with these champions. And as we talked about before the broadcast, Shen especially is a very interesting one because of the global ultimate and a very unique playstyle that Shen has. And I feel that in the hands of a very skilled Baron laner, which we know we have in Europe, by the way, the champion is going to be incredibly powerful. And then Karma as well. I feel Karma is one of those champions that's very strong. And I saw a lot of support players playing Karma to kind of get good at her. And I feel she's definitely going to be a priority in this week, right? Pick or ban. I feel like I don't know about Shen. I feel Shen is a bit underwhelming, but Karma, I think she's definitely going to be either like pick or ban.
I think both champions probably will see some kind of featuring across this week. It depends on how much the teams have had the chance to practice. We've seen that when new champions have been enabled, some teams haven't immediately picked them up because they haven't had as much chance to practice with them as they maybe would have liked. Of course, the other important thing this week is that the winners of today's matches are going to Barcelona. They'll be guaranteed to be in Barcelona today. So it's a really, really important set of matches for our guys in the Last Chance qualifier, because this will essentially secure their place alongside Game Lord, who are already there, ready and waiting for those live finals held.
Yeah, that's right. Win this match, you go to Barcelona. It's as easy as that. Lose the match, you have another chance, of course. But if you win, you will definitely go to Barcelona. And even if you lose the match afterwards, you'll still go to Barcelona, but then in a lower seed. But basically, as you said it, you win, you go to Barcelona. So, you know, today's games, that's why I said, like, today's games are going to be incredibly exciting because we have such good teams playing with quite a lot on the line, though. Quite a lot on the line, indeed.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot on the line, absolutely. Right, so that means that we are kind of working our way towards this first match of the day, which is WREC versus Queso. Hells, what are your thoughts on WREC? Oh, well, actually, do you know what? Not your view, Hells. We'll talk about your view maybe later on. Let's bring in Stu to talk about this matchup and see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Yeah, I got my key points for today's first series, WREC against Team Queso. The first point is adapting to the new meta. I feel like WREC came out on top, really, in terms of adapting to the new meta, picking these very unique picks like Braves in the Baron lane, Jinx AD carry as well. And speaking of Jinx AD carry, we're going to be having the battle of what I like to say AD carries down in the duo lane, because I feel like Doom and Joey are 2 of the best AD carry players that we have currently in the Last Chance playoffs, and I really want to see them on the AD carries and see them pop off. And especially with Karma coming into the mix now, there's been a lot of Karma support being played at the moment in high elo, so that paired with like a Jinx Jhin maybe, I know Hell's excited to maybe try and find out if Jin's going to be picked. And last point is about roaming supports. We always see the roaming supports come back into the meta. We're seeing that supports are not roaming around too much at the moment because of the recent XP changes in 3.1, but I think both Clue and Mephinork have shown that they can roam around and they can definitely make a huge impact on the map. We're getting closer to game number 1. Let's head back to Hell's Scoundrel to get us a little bit closer.
Thanks so much, Stu. I think that's a really nice point to kind of touch on. That is that Doom versus Joey matchup that I'm pretty excited for, because Hells, as I know you're fully aware, we are back into like full-on AD carry meta now. Like AP carries have been almost put to the side a little bit with the Stormrazor changes.
Yeah, definitely. And especially now that the patch has been out for a week already, right? We've seen Doom stream a lot. He played a lot of AD carries, and we both know Joey, and we both know how good he is at it, right? From previous MOBAs up until Wild Rift, this guy has been an utter beast on AD carry champions, an utter beast. So that's what makes this game even more exciting, because Doom against Joey, these are both like, I believe Stewart's, or you said one of the best AD carries in the current bracket, but I believe they are both the best AD carries in Europe in general. So I'm incredibly excited to watch this matchup between the two, and yeah, we'll see what they pick.
I think that's definitely on the case. I really don't want to see those AP carries coming back into play, even though I know they have their place. It just makes for such a boring meta to watch, in my opinion. But hey, that is sometimes what you get in these competitive MOBA games. Now we are working our way towards picks and bans, but I think we've got a bit more time to think a little bit about sort of the rosters as well, and then think about the guys on these two teams. What do you kind of think is going to be, apart from Doom and Joey, where else do you see being like a really important part? For me, like I'm looking towards the jungle hells. I think the SE7 Andre matchup will be really important too.
I mean, my instant response would be Acolyte Random, right? Like every matchup is really interesting between these teams because everyone is such a good player. But especially with Shen and with the new items, the Divine Sunder and the Hullbreaker, and especially Random, because we know how Random plays these champions, right? We may see some new crazy picks with some new crazy strategies. And I'm saying crazy because there are so many and we just don't know what's going to be pulled off. And a player like Random, he's just unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do, right?
Yeah, you 100%. And I think Random has the capabilities to play a wide spread of champions that are just like really good in the current meta. Like Divine Sunder meta feels like Random meta to me because that's just the kind of stuff that he likes to play. And Hullbreaker especially. The Graves top lane, he single-handedly brought that Graves top lane into play with the Hullbreaker meta, which is very, very cool to see. And that's what I love about where we are with Wild Rift right now. We're really looking at a meta that is very open to sort of how you want to play the game. You can draft different comps for different things. Objective play is still important. Split push play, while still not 100% there, is definitely on the cards. And, there's just so many different styles of play that you can kind of go for right now. Who do you guys think are going to win, though? This is actually a pretty tough one. I mean, Team Case has clearly got a lot of support, but Rick's probably come in as just like the superior team in that sense. So I think there's going to be a really tough call. It could be a close series. I think it might be a close series, but I'm very excited to see which of these two teams is going to sort of be joining Game Lord. I'm sure Ricks will be desperate to, given the way it sort of panned out with Game Lord in the main bracket. But there we go. Just on your thoughts, do you think there's any picks that you think are going to be like hotly contested, maybe apart from Karma, between these two teams?
That's a good question. Honestly, like we know Fiora has been contested a lot. I don't think she's gonna be as contested between these two teams. An obvious one would be Corki, right? Like the Corki, we kind of hate to see it because we've seen it so much already. He's very likely gonna get contested, right? Like this is gonna be a champion that both teams are gonna want to pick up because he's just so incredibly powerful and provides so much to both teams. And then honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's not really any champions that stand out in particular for me in the current patch.
I would be thinking about like Varus for these two because I know that Varus still remains like I think a really good competitive pick. Like even though Stormrazor AD carries are big, basically Varus didn't get changed. So Varus is still just like insane because his teamfight presence and his poke. And I think Joey loves playing him and Doom will play him. And I think it's very likely going to be a ban because, that Joey's someone that will go on to Varus that's shown to be pretty impactful and he's shown to be really good in it. So I think like Varus could be something that's really hotly contested. I'm interested about Shen because I don't know whether Shen support could be a thing. The only problem with Shen support in this game is that I think that you're sort of losing the ability to have the side lane presence with the global ultimate. And the only problem with Shen in the Baron lane is his wave clear is absolutely terrible. So like to actually have him pushing in a side lane is obnoxiously hard because you were able to kind of solve that issue in PC by having something called Titanic Hydra, which basically gave you an AoE basic attack. But in Wild Rift, we have like this very small inbuilt AoE basic attack that isn't so good for clearing waves as the game progresses. And Shen just isn't very strong at clearing waves. And so that's his problem in the side lane. He can't push very easily and can't even hold waves very easily. So that's why I think that Shen has a little bit of a problem in terms of his role in the meta right now, because just, his cross map's good hells, but it's very difficult to actually like hold waves and push waves when you're kind of like trying to split push a little bit with Shen. Anyway, that's just my opinion, just my opinion on Shen. I'm flaming Shen.
Yeah. And I want to pick back up on the conversation we had about the new patch, because I personally really love this patch because it really highlights the mechanically skilled players, right? Because it's buffing the AD carries, which is harder to play than the mages like Orianna and Ziggs. And with the new items, Divine Sunder and Hullbreaker, these are bruiser items, right? These are not tank items, and tanks are kind of falling off a bit in this patch. And as we get into the picks and bans, I really want to talk about that because the tank meta, I don't really like it, right? Because it's kind of easy to play tanks. You know, you just play a tank and you tank. That's it. But when you play these bruisers, it's high skilled. And that's why I said it's really going to be benefiting both the teams that are matching up against each other, because they really have the mechanically skilled players, Xcander.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there is a lot of like, I would say like stress put on individual performance, especially with some of the new items and some of the new ways that you can play the game. And so I think that's like especially much more important on 3.1. I think it's one of some of the changes that they made specifically. They've tried to make it so that individual performance has more of an impact and laning phase has more of an impact, and XP recoup if you're falling behind is harder to achieve. So it's like there's a lot of ways for you to kind of express yourself as an individually skilled player on this patch, and I think that is something that does play into the benefit of pro teams as well. It is a Jax, a Camille, a Lulu ban so far. No surprises with the Camille. It looks like Leon is actually playing in this.
No, he's not actually. It's a mistake.
Oh, it's a mistake. Yeah. Okay, all right. I just didn't quite see the background conversation, but I thought Leon might have been playing, and I was going to get really hyped because we haven't seen Leon play competitively since I think last year. But nonetheless, Akali gets banned away from Vegas. Shen does get banned here, so people are banning Shen. I wonder whether Karma drops into a ban, because actually, obviously, now that there are more champions that need to be banned, it does open up what champions can be picked, the ones that were previously considered strong, especially.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly find it even more interesting that WREC decided to ban out the Akali. You can clearly see this is a target ban against Vegas, right? We saw him play it against, I don't remember which team it was, but he just absolutely, it was Team Dark. He just absolutely steamrolled them 2 games in a row with Akali, right? Like his team wasn't doing that well, but it was the Akali, and there it is, the Karma first pick. I talked about it. I'm not quite sure why it didn't get banned, but Karma just gets first pick because I just feel she's incredibly strong, Xcander.
Karma is, I do think, super strong. Flexible as well. You can play her mid. You can technically play her jungle. You can play her in the support role and even in the AD carry role if you have to as well. So it's another one of those really flexible picks. Gragas and Renekton come through here. Gragas, I think most of us would agree, is a super high tier pick across multiple roles right now in Wild Rift. There's the Fiora, as we mentioned. Fiora with Divine Sunderer. It's a very good pick for random. Hullbreaker as well has been a nice addition to Fiora's kit. So you're just seeing lots of strong power picks, and Graves comes out as well. Now, I think that this could be Fiora jungle, Graves, Baron lane for random, but of course there is still that flexibility between these two.
I definitely think that's the case. Graves does pretty well into Renekton as well, although Renekton can also be put in the mid lane. Another important thing to mention, by the way, there is a few champions that are banned, which is Master Yi, Yuumi, and Zed. And this is due to some bugs, with the champions. So they've just been disabled. So in case you were thinking, how the hell did Master Yi not get picked because he seems incredibly powerful, or Zed or Yuumi? That is why. And we see a Senna Xcander. That we haven't seen Senna for a long time.
Yeah, there is a lot of people that are kind of believing that Senna with Divine Sunderer and Grasp is very, very strong right now. And I think that's because her first ability is technically an on-hit effect proc, so you can get the healing from Divine Sunderer, you can get the percentage health-based damage with it as well. So basically, it's a free Divine Sunderer proc every time you land it on a champion, because it automatically...
Yeah.
Like Iceborne Gauntlet, it just gives you that Sheen proc just by casting the ability and landing it on someone. So it's just a really, really nice addition to Senna's kit overall. And I think that's a really, really cool pickup to see Senna floating back into the meta. Now, that does open up whether we see Senna in the support role with Gragas as the farming champion, because, of course, fasting Senna with Gragas is a pretty common combo that we've seen a lot of teams play.
Yeah, I was exactly going to say that, right? Or Senna Galio, that is another very interesting combination. Varus ban indeed, as you mentioned, right? Team Queso doesn't want to see Doom on the Varus, and so they just ban it out. They know how strong it is. Also against the Senna, because Senna does really well against those, champions that don't have a lot of range. And obviously Varus can just outrange Senna and destroy her in the lane. So Diana ban, a lot of these bans make a lot of sense still. The Ziggs ban, the Varus ban, the Diana. It's kind of the same, but the picks have become different, right? We see a lot of priority on the Graves, obviously the Karma, which is a new champion, and then a Senna as well. And I really like this Xcander. It really opens up a whole new playstyle.
Yeah, I think, especially given how this comp might round out, we're looking at a very, very kind of strong, but then, okay, that's very interesting to me. They lock in the Vayne, which is obviously a Joey Skaggs pick, but it doesn't really feel like it works very well with Vayne. I was potentially expecting Joey to play the Senna, and then you were going to give maybe like Methanor or like Gragas or even Galio, as you said, that Galio is still open. But now we have now we have a Vayne Senna lane, which is very interesting. I think Doom would be more likely to pick something like Caitlyn or Tristana even. Maybe Morgana gets locked in here.
Mid lane Morgana, Jhin?
Well,
no, but like Jhin would be a good picker.
Would he?
If someone is gonna pick Jhin, this would be the draft because it's such a good combo with Karma. You have so much range to be playing against that Vayne. And interestingly, Jhin actually contests Vayne in the late game now with the new changes. So this would be the game. I don't think it's gonna happen, but a dreamer is always a dreamer.
If we get an AD carry, it'll be Jinx or Caitlyn, I think. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Jinx, okay.
It's just because like I was thinking that Doom likes his more traditional lady carries in this sense. Caitlyn and Morgana is like a really standard lane. Like we see a lot of Caitlyn Morgana lanes put together because you just have like infinite push potential.
It's really good.
And then I was just thinking
rooting potential.
Yeah, and I was just thinking actually if you want to match like Vayne in the late game, it's probably better to try and play Jinx because you have a bit more matching power in the late game. But we have a Jace, which we haven't seen a huge amount of recently, which does mean that we are going to be looking at either a Gragas or a Jace jungle. I'm not sure which one I'm expecting Andre to play here.
And you know what? Yeah, actually, true. Yeah, actually, I was just gonna say something, but that's right. Like we can see them all. We could even see a Renekton jungle, like some crazy stuff like that. Like the beauty of Team Queso's composition right now is they can choose where to put their champions, right? Like if you look at REC's composition, it's quite obvious where everyone is going, right? Like we have the Karma. Actually, it's not though. Karma could be going in the mid lane, although I would expect her to go support. And then the Graves in the Baron lane and then the Fiora in the jungle. That's what you would really expect from the composition of REC, right? So as Team Queso, you can kind of choose like, okay, we want to put Jace against this, Renekton against this, and then Gragas here. So I feel Team Queso may have somewhat of an advantage in the draft, although the Vayne pick I feel was a bit too early because now they're playing Vayne against the Jinx and the Morgana and the Karma, which, you know, are champions that can deal with the Vayne pretty well.
It's pretty hard to play Vayne into this comp. I think you've got a lot of things you've got to dodge. I think the I liked what Team Queso did initially. I think they had a really good solid first three picks, which was the Senna, the Gragas, and the Renekton. I think they made a lot of sense. You have strong mid-game presence. You've got really great control around objectives, but then you just whack in the Vayne. It just didn't make a huge amount of sense to me, other than maybe having a good late-game insurance policy. But for RECs, they've got, I think, incredible teamfight power. Like Jinx, Karma, Morgana together. Like Karma Morgana combo is insane in its own right. Like Karma ultimate plus Morgana ultimate is really, really good.
Oh, it's Snitch on the Graves actually. It's SC7 on the Morgana, and I see Stuart behind the scenes. He predicted it. He nearly pinpointed the composition. So it's random on the Fiora. It's SC7 on the Morgana, and then it's Snitch on the Graves. Snitch on Graves? What do you think?
We've seen it. Have we seen Snitch on Graves before?
I've seen it on his stream. I've only seen it on his stream.
I've seen Snitch playing it on stream, I think. And I think it's one of those matchups that it's Acolyte Vayne top. It's legit Acolyte. Okay, right. I mean, we got completely debated. I was just expecting Joey to have locked in the Vayne. I'm not entirely sure about the Vayne top into the Fiora. It's a bit of a difficult matchup if you don't time your condemn right, and Fiora just manages to get away with a free poke on you. But nonetheless, we'll see how that one plays out. That's an interesting matchup for for Random to play into. Joey is, of course, then playing Fasting Senna with Methanaut playing the Gragas, which is pretty cool.
By the way, Alexander, an interesting thing that I just remembered. I was watching Snitch's stream the other day, and I actually remember him asking how to combo Graves' abilities. So to me, it feels like he's a bit newer to Graves, and it feels like a bold move to pick him in a competitive game already, or it may even be a very confident move. Like Snitch is so confident in his skills that even though he probably just learned Graves to properly play Graves, he's already picking it in a competitive game. And I like the matchup, however. Like Graves does pretty well into Renekton because he does a lot of upfront damage, and Renekton wants to be in your face. So Graves is one of those champions that can definitely match the early game power of Renekton and outclasses him in the late game.
I think the point about Renekton is never really about your late game, right? Though with Renekton, you're like, I need someone that's going to make us relevant around neutral objectives in the mid game. So I need someone that is going to be like stood at the first dragon or the first Rift Herald and is going to be relevant to make us, be capable of team fighting, which I think works really well in this particular instance, especially because you're running with a Vayne who's going to be turbo useless, especially in the Baron lane for quite some time. So you're really looking to rely on Renekton to be that driving force behind any kind of play that you make around the Infernal Dragon, for instance. And whereas, the bottom side of the map for RECs, is a little bit more scaling. So you have like a bit more. Oh my gosh, look at the percentages on the on the wins. It's 82% Ricks with only 18% Queso. Where is our Queso fans at, guys? Where are the Queso supporters?
And another interesting thing is Doom is actually winning his lane pretty hard. Even though there's no kills, Doom is actually ahead by like 500 gold over Metanaut, and Joey is not even ahead of Clue. So somehow, some way, Doom has already been pretty much dominating his lane during the first 3 minutes into the game. Doom and Clue with the Karma and the Jinx. And what I really like about that duo, by the way, is Karma provides the early game power with the shielding and everything like that. She's also strong in the late game, by the way. But like she kind of allows Jinx to get a free lane in the early game. She's not going to get harassed by the Senna, which normally can happen. But she won't get harassed because, they're already switching the lanes. We've seen this tactic happen a lot as well. Both teams are switching lanes to apply a lot of pressure in the mid lane. And this is where I feel Snitch may be stronger than Vegas under Renekton. But we're going to have to see how both teams are going to be playing around the objective.
Yeah, and I think like Ricks do this a lot, and a lot of teams kind of respond in kind because they essentially like to free up their solo laners to have a bit more presence in the side lane, but also it means that you get a bit of freedom about where you're going to put your resources on that first objective. You know, like for this, let's say you actually wanted to prioritize the Rift Herald, you had your AD carry sat in the Baron, the Dragon lane still, you would have to like rotate them all the way across the map. So in this particular instance, you know, Ricks are like, well, we can make a play for either the Infernal Drake or we can make a play for the Rift Herald, and we can very easily rotate Doom and Clue to whichever situation that we need them to be in without them having to traverse the entire breadth of the map, which is why a lot of teams do this, and obviously why you've seen Team Queso respond in kind.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing that I want to mention is the vision game. And as Andres may get caught in the vision game, if we look at around the Rift Herald and around the Dragon, both teams have a lot of wards. And I want to see some sweepers because this feels like kind of a mistake from both teams, I would say. Because even though they have great vision, like both of them have great vision, they need to be sweeping away that vision X-Counter. There's way too many wards across the map right now.
Agree. I think there's a lot of vision for both teams. Obviously, that means that both teams are kind of on an even status, but I would say that Team Queso have a lot more breadth of vision here, especially across both the Rift Herald and the Infernal Drake, especially when they're going to be watching Doom and SE7 rotate up around the backside of the Dragon Pit, whereas I think, unfortunately, Ricks have been a little less specific. Oh, we do have an engage here coming through. We're going to try and catch on to Methanol. That is a wasted ultimate from Clue now. And that is something that...
And from Doom.
And from SE7. So those are three ultimates that are now gone. And now Ricks are saying, well, we've got to use this opportunity to potentially go for the Dragon. A little bit of a risky maneuver. I think without your ultimates, you were in a bit of a rough spot. And I think they know that from Team Queso as we see a dive in and a steal from Andre. And I think Ricks kind of have to leave it at that. Snitch has already taken very low. That's a one reset for Doom. He's already starting off now. He gets a second one. That is a huge win. It was almost doomed for Ricks, but they managed to bring it back, and they might be able to get the Rift Herald for free here.
Yeah, they managed to bring it back indeed. And I want to highlight how good Random played it out. He pushed out his lane way faster than Acolyte, which of course Vayne is not good at. She cannot push out waves very fast. Random rotated, which was able to generate 2 kills for free for Ricks. Even though they lost the Dragon, because of Random's rotation, he turned the Doom situation into a win. And a Rift Herald right there. So massive props to Doom. And as we look into this replay, we can see the Vayne coming up way too late, right? It was a 5 versus 4, and Vayne was just essentially useless. Like, Acolyte could have even stayed in his lane better just to farm up, push out the wave, because he just didn't make it in time. So very, very well played by Ricks Gaming. And we know Andres, right? Like, we know this guy. He steals away dragons like any day of the week. He just did it again and secured an Infernal Dragon for his team. It's gone.
I mean, Andre is one of the best junglers in Europe for a reason, right, Hells? He's known as pretty much being the complete package in terms of jungle capabilities. He could play almost any champion. He's got the carry potential, but one of the very unspoken kind of skills of jungling is your ability to land smites consistently, and I think Andre is one of the best. I would love to see over the course of European Wild Rift history who is the highest sort of stealing smiter, you know, like which jungler has stolen the most objectives. I reckon Andre would definitely be up there.
I mean, in Europe, definitely Andre.
I agree. I think he's really, really good. This is a great push, though. Great siege from Ricks to be able to pick up that first mid lane tower. That's a really nice tower to get as your first objective of the game now, House, because it opens up entrances into the blue and red side jungle, which makes putting deep vision around objectives a little easier and a little less risky for Ricks.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Team Queso stole away the Dragon, Rix is just getting away with a massive advantage right here. It's a gold advantage and a turret advantage. As Random is trying to trade his Acolyte, it seems a bit hard right here.
I think he's struggling now. I think especially post level 5, Fiora can't consistently land her vitals with her Grand Challenge on Vayne, and Vayne can use the invisibility to her advantage. And you can already start to see Acolyte feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup versus Random now, maybe thinking that this is his pocket pick against Fiora's in the top side of the map. Beautiful stun from SE7 though, and that will force them away from this tower. Lovely route. SE7 playing this jungle Morgana nicely, having picked up the Luden's Echo already.
Yeah, definitely. And Snitch, as you can see, is actually doing pretty well on the Graves. He's doing surprisingly well. He's winning he has more gold than the Renekton. We would have expected Renekton to win the early game because Renekton is an incredibly strong early game champion. And from now on out, Graves is going to start to outskill the Renekton. It's going to start to provide a lot more value to the team. And I feel Rix is in a very good position, especially with Doom sitting on 6.5k gold as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed that Rix do more so than any other team in this competition is that they funnel gold, especially from towers, really nicely. And obviously on 3.1, there was a change where local tower gold has become more valuable to the people that are actually hitting it. One of the things that I think that you see quite frequently from Rix is that they'll allow Doom to rotate with the team, and they'll give him as much tower gold as they physically can. And I think that's something that you're seeing here, because it's accelerated his gold nicely, as has it accelerated Snitch's. And you can see the AD carry now working towards their second full item. Doom's in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, Joey Skaggs is sitting at 4.8k gold, going for the Edge of Night, which is not really a late game scaling item. He's going to struggle in fights right now because the Edge of Night is not going to provide him enough early game power to win against Doom, who is nearly 3,000 gold ahead of him. So
yeah,
bit of a questionable pickup, I would say. I mean, I would love to hear the thoughts behind that because, of course, the Edge of Night shield is good against the Morgana. We're going to be seeing nearly an engage, but Doom with the Karma and with a flash just very easily disengages.
Yeah, but they're going to set up this dragon. They're going to force the issue with Rix, and unfortunately SE7 was a little far behind when it came to getting involved in this fight. You can see the Team Queso happy to keep going. This is a 4 versus 5 for the time being. Brilliant Karma ultimate, absolutely huge from Clue there, and it sets up the kill on Methanaut. Doom has now found a first reset. It's a second kill. He's going for a third. He's going for it. He's going for it. It's a triple kill. Doom's going for his quadra. Can he find a penta here? That's going to be a quadra that comes with a pentakill. Another pentakill. Back to back. Jinx pentakills for Doom. Absolutely monstrous.
He did it again. He did it again. He picked the Jinx again, and his next game on Jinx, he got a pentakill already. 2 Jinx games and 2 pentakills. I mean, what can this man not do? He's sitting on 9,500 gold. As we look into this replay, a brilliant Karma ultimate, which pretty much set them up for success. Team Queso was actually winning this fight, but then here, easy Karma ultimate, and there it is. Doom gets 1 kill, and we know it's over when Jinx gets 1 kill. He just uses his rockets, ults Vegas, and runs with the movement speed and just destroys all of them. I could already see the pentakill from the very beginning because I'm a Jinx player myself, and with the last rocket,
Acolyte was like, Acolyte was, you're coming down with me. He was like, no, you're coming down with me. There's no way you're escaping, Andre. Oh, wow. That shows you the power of Jinx in the current meta as well. And I think, look, as you know, if there was going to be an AD carry that is more likely to pick up pentakills than any other, it's Jinx because of that reset potential. Reset champions in general do well at getting pentakills. There's a reason that people like Katarinas, the Master Yi's, the Dariuses of the world, they're the ones that pick up the pentakills more often because they have those reset mechanics. But right now, what's so amazing about Jinx is that she used to be considered only viable with Lulu, and in competitive, that was almost impossible to make work. But now with the Stormrazor changes, like, you don't even need to play Jinx with Lulu to make her a super viable champion. And you can see Doom obviously absolutely excelling on this AD carry right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I just find it interesting that Stormrazor is working so well on the Jinx, and as I'm talking, Rix is going to be collapsing on Team Queso right here.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed ultimate from Clue there. He's going to try and buy some time for Random to get out, but he can't for the time being. That will be a stasis with Vehos, but right now Doom on the back line doing his thing. He's just so far ahead. It's a double kill. Is it going to be a triple? He doesn't quite manage to get the second penta here, but it'll definitely be the triple as he picks up Acolyte. Doom is just too far ahead now, and with this Rift Herald, they're going to push down and inhibit a tower.
Yeah, this seems like it's over. The Vayne is never going to be outscaling this Jinx anymore, especially Doom on the Jinx. I mean, look at this guy. He's going to be killing Andres here as well. No one can escape.
Oh, Doom almost goes down there, but will drop to Snitch right at the end. They can't end the game. It's a little too early for that. But REC are 12 minutes into the game with 13,000 gold in the lead. The second Rift Herald, or sorry, the Baron rather, is spawning at this point. Let's take a look back at that though again, Hells.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope from this game that Team Queso learned that they needed an exhaust. Because, yeah, as we saw during this team fight, yet again, you know, everything is happening on the right side. But if we look at Doom, he gets 1 kill on Metanaut and the fight is already over, right? Like, he gets the movement speed, he gets the rockets, he gets the attack speed for the minigun. It's already over. You're just not going to win the fight anymore. But you need that exhaust, especially against these types of champions like the Jinx, right? Snitch on the Graves has an exhaust to be dealing with a potential threat like the Vayne. So REC is even ready for Team Queso's late game. But Team Queso isn't ready for REC's late game. And when Doom gets even more items, and as we can see, he's sitting on 3 items and he got a static shift, which is a really strong snowballing item, by the way, because it deals even more damage with the lightning damage. You just can't do anything about Doom anymore. And I would say this game is over. Like, you just cannot deal with the Jinx anymore.
Yeah, I think you're completely right, Hells. I think the game is probably sunk at this point for Team Queso. Again, questions around why the Vayne top was picked in this situation. Doesn't feel like it was offering a huge amount. It's almost the lowest gold on the team, even lower than Metanaut right now. And as you mentioned, doesn't feel like the Senna was maybe the correct pick, even though I think, you know, on paper it's working quite well right now. But in general, REC just managed to play those early team fights around the objectives better, and unfortunately Team Queso were not able to make use of their Renekton mid the way they would have liked. It's a complete cleanup in the base right now, as you can see. Almost not worth casting it at this point because REC are essentially toying with their food. It will be the first game of the series going the way of REC, and they looked very confident doing it.
Nah, that was very easy. It just felt like REC was playing against one of the worser teams. It's incredible that they beat out a powerhouse like Team Queso like it's nothing, and doing it in style as well, right? With a pentakill. Just wow, man! I knew it. REC Gaming in the new patch are gonna be an incredible team, Excalibur.
I think you're 100% right. I think we kind of talked about it last week as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game then, Hells. It all started around that Infernal Drake, which was a really nice steal from Andre, but it kind of went a little downhill because this is where Doom got his start, right?
Yeah, definitely. And this is honestly where Random made the very good outplay, where he outrotated Acolyte. But here we look at the better play, which is the Karma ultimate from Clue. Because we are all talking about the pentakill from Doom, but we should also talk about the start of it, right? Because we know when Jinx gets a kill, she goes ham. But this, like, the setup was just as good and maybe even better than the pentakill itself from Clue right there. Getting that 4-man Karma ultimate, setting all of the enemies close to each other, so the rockets do massive AoE damage, and then here we can see it, the beautiful pentakill, and especially finishing it up with style, with the last rocket, boom, pentakill. And here yet again, right, like Clue sitting in the background doing a lot with the Karma, but then it's Doom that's really doing all the damage right there, right? It only takes 1 kill on the Jinx, and you will just carry it all.
And I think with Doom at that point, once you've got that far ahead on Jinx, it's so difficult to play against her because she's just able to find the weak spot in your team. And once a reset comes through, that reset's worth like a ridiculous amount of gold in terms of the stats that it provides the Jinx in the team fight moment. So all Doom needed to do was find the weak link, which in my opinion was likely going to be something like Acolyte or Joey because they're squishy. Once that Infinity Edge was finished, just find that weak link, get the reset, and suddenly take over the whole fight. So it was really, really easy enough for Doom to kind of take over. And we could take a look at those all-important stats. Doom at 9, 1, and 4. I think everybody on Team Queso had a really good performance though. You can see 1, 0, 13, almost 100% kill participation for both Doom, Clue, and SE7, all at almost 100% kill participation in this game, which is absolutely insane. Clue also had some really big ultimates, like you said. 21k damage coming out from Doom on the Jinx. Wow. He absolutely took over on this pick, Hells.
It's crazy how Stormrazor can just completely change the game for Jinx, because we saw Doom utilize the Stormrazor very effectively as well, right? Like following up CC with the Stormrazor slow as well, and then with the burst damage, it worked out like wonders for Doom. And like Alexandro, do you really think Jinx is going to be banned out against REC? Because I feel like it may even become a potential ban against REC after seeing this.
I think the problem with Jinx is that it's a pick that should technically be easy to like shut down. I think a lot of teams would say, oh, we don't know if Jinx is the problem, but rather the mistakes that we made that allowed Jinx to do that. So probably Team K might look back and view this as actually it was an issue on our end rather than an issue with the Jinx specifically. But like you said, there's lots of things that you can kind of adjust heading into the next draft. But what do you think? Like the play of the game, I think it's got to be the Penta, right? There's no way it's not the Penta, Hells, right?
It's of course the Penta, and yet again, I really want to talk about the initiation of this first, like the before Penta, right? Let's take a look at Clue. Like here, Team Queso was winning, but then boom, it changes the game. This is when he just put all of them together with the Karma ultimate. Doom separated them with his third ability, rooted the Gragas, got the kill, and then the rest is history. Uses the rockets of Jinx and just runs them down through the turret, and then this is what I love the most: the last finishing blow, boom, Penta kill. What an amazing performance, so amazingly played by WREC's game, just perfectly playing the composition around the Jinx and allowing the Jinx to just do that.
Yeah, I think it's crazy how the setup was so good, and I think you're right highlighting Clue there. Clue basically gave the avenue for success for Doom. Like Clue basically said, here is your Penta, feel free to take it. And I think it was that really big setup on the ultimate that kind of gave it away. Think though, we're going to take a brief break, and when we are back, we should be going into the second game of this series. So we'll see you very soon.
ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Scoundrel, joined by Hells, and we just saw Rix dismantle Team Queso in a very short game where a pentakill featured again for Doom on the Jinx. Lots of things to break down here, Hells, but realistically, Queso need almost a complete reset heading into this next game, right?
Yeah, they definitely need a complete reset. Like, if you head into the next game just like this, just got steamrolled again. Like, they had absolutely no chance to win this game realistically. They just got completely outclassed everywhere. And as you said, they just need a complete reset, a complete different approach to the draft, and a complete different approach to the game. I still feel they may take a game or even the series, but indeed, a complete reset.
They just need to think about how they're going to approach it now. I think this point, Hells, you're completely right. I think, someone else that was standing in the sidelines, waiting and looking at that game was Stu. So let's hear what he had to say heading into this second game.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. Yeah, I just wanted to get to a few key points, which is different to the ones that you see on screen, unfortunately. But we're going to be talking quickly about the Karma priority that we saw in the first game. Karma priority, first pick. It came up absolutely huge and set up Doom perfectly for that pentakill. I think Karma in general is a great support, really good at shielding, really good zoning control as well. It was kind of the same with SE7. And then you have this is kind of the perfect meta for Rix as well. You've got Doom back on his AD carries, back on the hyper carries. You've got Clue back on the enchanters. Snitch and Random can play their solo carries as well. So it's really awesome to see Rix play this dominant meta. And as Helsic Scoundrel mentioned, Team Queso have to go back to the drawing board to try and adapt to game number 2. And the last point is just about rotations around the map. Rix just grouped up together around the map, just allowing Doom to kind of carry across the map and allow him to keep auto attacking the towers, get that zoning control as well from SE7 and from the Karma on the Clue, and just overall a really solid performance by Rix. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the same sort of comp going into game number 2. So that's it for now. Back to Hells and Scoundrel to get us back into game number 2.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we are heading into game number 2 here on the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. And I think there's a lot to be said about the draft phase. I think, especially that Vayne top didn't really make too much sense to me. I know it was maybe a pocket pick versus the Fiora. We saw there was even a chance where, he potentially almost solo killed Random, but it didn't have much impact for the team, and the team comp was all over the place for Team Queso. It didn't really have a clear identity about what it wanted to achieve. And so that's where we need to kind of go back, and I almost think we should go back to what was good, like Acolyte on these big beefy bruisers. Give him the Renekton's, give him the Dariuses, and see if he could just hold his own versus Random and have an impact in the team fight. They're on blue side this time round, Hells, so they'll have a bit more choice in that first pick potential, and we'll have to see how much of an impact that's going to make. What else do you think really stood out? Do you think that Jinx needs to be a ban, for instance?
I think Karma needs to be a ban. I honestly don't think Jinx was necessarily the problem, even though Doom played an incredible Jinx. I feel Karma was a bigger problem because, like, Karma's ultimate, Karma's first ability slows, Karma's roots, and Karma's shielding as well. She just has it all to provide for Jinx. So I think not the Jinx, I think it's more about the Karma. But then the problem is you're going to be leaving open the Lulu, right? We know that Yuumi is banned. And talking about banned champions, the Zed. Like, this is kind of an annoying ban for someone like Vegos because we saw how good he is on the Zed. And then Rix just bans out the Akali as well, right? Like, these are his 2 pocket pick assassins where he can pretty much 1v9 the game, but they're both banned out, like the global ban, and then Rix is just going to be banning out Akali again, of course. So it kind of hurts Vegos because it puts him in a position where he has to play a different champion, where it's going to be a champion that doesn't have as much hard carry potential, or a bruiser like the Renekton, or even the Garen in the mid lane. He just cannot do what he does on the Zed and the Akali on these champions, Expound.
Yeah, and I think Vejos clearly showed his skill on those assassins, right? Like you said. So it feels like taking him away from something that maybe doesn't have as much individual impact. Like Renekton is good, but you feel like the individual impact of that champion is sometimes a little hard to feel. You're there to set your team up for success a lot of the time on Renekton. Whereas on the Akali, we could see the big solo plays that he was making, and the Zed was also obviously one of those picks that was really good for him. It's a bit sad that it's out of the picture for him now today. That might have actually hampered Team Queso more than we maybe realized, because apart from Zed and Akali, there aren't many like really solid competitive assassins that you can play in the mid lane. Like Katarina is not competitively viable because too many teams know how to shut her down. And I think, playing something like Yasuo isn't like a true assassin and can be a little risky depending on the comp that you're playing. So we'll have to see. Set is the ban this time around, though. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm expecting Rix to ban out Karma and Akali here. They actually ban out the Lulu instead. So that was also a champion that we were talking about, right? Like Lulu is one of those champions that really enables ADCs like the Vayne and like the Jinx. The reason that Rix is banning out the Lulu is because of the possibility of Team Queso picking Lulu Vayne. We know how good Joey is on the Vayne, right? And combining it with a Lulu is incredible. And when you have that first pick priority, you will get that Lulu guaranteed, right? But now Team Queso has the option to not ban. Yeah, there it is. They don't ban out the Karma because now Rix either has to choose on banning away the Akali or the Karma. Are they going to be giving Karma away to Team Queso? I don't think so. But then they're leaving open the Akali, which we saw Vegas. Yeah, indeed. They don't leave the Karma open, but Galio is open, right? Like, that's one of those champions that can deal with the Akali. Yet again, just an incredibly smart draft from Rix, but Camille pick.
Camille, I think that's interesting because Acolyte is Acolyte and Andre are both big Camille aficionados. Like, they love Camille. Yeah. The immediate response from Rix is the Fiora. She's super strong on the current patch. I mean, Fiora's always been super strong, continues to be super strong.
And
Galio's open. Shen is also open, by the way. That was banned on the previous games. So whether, Shen is going to feature, this is maybe a game where we potentially see that. I do think that Shen doesn't have many great matchups, so you've always got to be a little bit worried about picking it. And I think Rix are going to go for what has worked. They're going to go for the Graves and the Fiora, which leaves them open and flexible about where they want to put those particular champions.
Yeah, and leaving open a Galio when a Camille is already picked is always a dangerous thing. Even though you have the Fiora, and even though there are some champions that can somewhat deal with it, I would say it's a bit dangerous. And a Thresh pick, actually, Xcondo. Wow, that's amazing. I love to see Thresh, but interestingly, no Galio. I find it very interesting, but a Thresh, I mean, yeah, what do we have to say about a Thresh?
I think it's a really high-tier pick in the support role right now. I think it's something that's underused by a lot of pro teams. I think it's got really, really strong capabilities in both protecting individual carries. Like Thresh Varus is one of the most iconic duo lanes in League of Legends across the ecosystem, not just in Wild Rift, but also in PC. Basically makes up for Varus's insanely bad mobility by just having the Lantern there. So I think like Thresh Varus is super strong. It's also something that was banned in the previous pick and ban phase. And so now Joey's going to be on something that he knows that he can have immediate impact in and knows that he can play from range as well. The response from Clue, though, is Rakan, which is also considered by a lot of support players to be another S+ tier pick right now.
Yeah, definitely. Rakan is just always a solid pick. Although I feel it's a bit dangerous to be picking the Rakan into this composition of Team Queso. Even though Rakan is incredibly powerful, he may struggle against a Varus and a Thresh, because Thresh can cancel out his dashes. Varus can ult him, of course, and, Rakan may just get one-shotted like that, because the common approach is to go for full AP Rakan, which leaves him a bit vulnerable for burst damage, and Team Queso has that burst damage right now. So, yeah, there we see it. The Akali ban, right? Like, Rix Gaming only gave Team Queso one chance to pick the Akali. Team Queso didn't take that opportunity, so now it's banned out, which makes a lot of sense. Rix seems to just be on a comfortable draft right now. Like sure, Team Queso has the Camille, sure they have some power picks. As long as they don't get that Akali and the Lulu potential, then it should be all good for Rix. I believe that's what they're thinking right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think also like the Akali is something that is difficult to first pick or first rotate because there are quite a lot of bad matchups. And I think, like, for instance, like SE7 could play Lee, or you could see Snitch randomly pull out the TF, which are all both like really strong picks against the Akali, even though, TF's questionable about how good he is in competitive right now, and Lee can also be, a little questionable just depending on who's playing him. There are picks that can deal with Akali, so Akali usually serve better as kind of like a final pick. And I love this from Snitch because one of the other go-tos for Vejos is the Diana, and that is now taken away from Vejos should he want it. And he can't get his hands on it, so that's going to be Snitch playing the Diana in the mid lane.
And you would think this would be a free Galio pick, and now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of understand why Galio would potentially be a problem for Team Queso, because Vegas is, I would say, their best player. And putting him on a Galio... Oh, Olaf was actually... We didn't even talk about Olaf, Xcondo.
Yeah, I know. It's been banned pretty consistently. And the thing is, like, no one ever really considers Olaf to be, like, ridiculously powerful in his own right. But there are a few junglers in Europe that really do make him play well. Two of the ones that come to mind are Vex and Andre. And Andre, obviously, is a fantastic jungler. But with Olaf, like, he can have a lot of individual impact. So very cool to see Olaf get picked up here, because it wasn't banned this game. And it has usually been banned, with Renekton coming through as well. Very AD heavy team here from Team Queso. Like, no AP threats whatsoever. Now, that's not necessarily bad, but Crystalline Reflector is an item for Snitch on the Diana.
Yeah.
grit passive on Graves naturally builds up, and obviously with the addition of Death Dance, which is really good for the likes of Fiora and Graves. This looks like prime Death Dance game for a lot of the Rix roster, and Xayah as well, to give yourself that extra protection versus Olaf and teamfights. I really like this. I think it's obviously the pairing with Rakan. It's a really good draft from Rix, and actually I think Team Queso, they need to snowball this with the Olaf, otherwise they're staring down Death Dances. And I think at that point you're going to really struggle to win teamfights.
You really took the words out of my mouth. I was basically exactly going to say that, right? The point about the Death Stance. I only had one more thing to add, which is the Graves. Graves does incredibly well into compositions like these, especially the Olaf, because Graves has that massive upfront damage, right? And with the Black Cleaver as well, which I would assume is a no-brainer item right here because you're up against a lot of bruisers and tanks. Graves with a Black Cleaver right here, just constantly dashing out basic attacks, first ability, ultimate, boom, 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 stacking up the armor. How are you going to deal with the Graves of Rix right now?
Well, that's the problem. I don't know. I don't know if you will. I think there are too many good picks on Rix. I think Diana is really nice into a very heavy melee comp as well. Like, you're going to be able to get massive ultimates off. I think this is a really, really good draft from Rix in general. And I think if they itemize correctly, you're staring at a win from draft and win from shopkeeper type of scenario for Rix, which could definitely be the case. However, keep your eyes on Andre. I think he'll be the catalyst. If Andre can get rolling on Olaf, he has a big true damage ability, which is Reckless Swing, and that scales with level. And so, like, if he gets far enough ahead in levels, he can kind of take over games with the true damage itself, right, Hells? And so he wouldn't need to worry too much about his physical damage output.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that Team Queso has as their advantage, right? Like the true damage. Even though they're full attack damage, as you mentioned, they do have that true damage from Olaf. And exactly as you mentioned, they would kind of have to snowball. And we see a ghost enchant coming through from Andres, which indicates a bit more to me that he does indeed want to snowball because he just wants to use it in the early game, get those kills as fast as he can, and just snowball the game. Because indeed, if he snowballs with that true damage, it scales with level. So when he reaches level 7, he's going to have a massive power spike, especially if Rix is sitting at level 5 and level 6 champions. So that should be their plan right here, to be snowballing, because if they do reach that late game, I believe Snitch is going to be unkillable on that Graves.
Yeah, and I think what I really love again is the decision to put the Diana in the jungle. Even though I don't really rate Diana jungle to a massive extent, you can see that her clear speed is like significantly lower than a lot of her other counterparts. Oh, I think he's messed up the red buff. It looked like he messed up the red buff there because he's still on it. Oh no, he was doing the razor beaks beforehand. But the matchup into Renekton mid lane is awful for Diana. Like, it's a really bad matchup for Diana. So, you know, I think this is a decision as well to make it a much easier matchup for Snitch on the Graves, and also means that SE7 can kind of just freely go about clearing the jungle. I also really like that he's gone for a full topside clear. He's hoping to not have to get involved in a fight with the Olaf and the Renekton early on because they know that they will lose that. So he's just trying to avoid any kind of contest around the scuttle. I wouldn't be surprised to see him head straight back over to the blue side jungle and not actually contest this scuttle whatsoever.
Exactly. And I see that Andres wants to take the fight, right? Like, he is trying to look for those fights, but he doesn't see SE7 right now. And as you can see, SE7 saw Andres right there, so he's just going right back. He doesn't want to take that fight. Rix knows that they outskill. Rix knows that they win the late game. They just don't want to force those early game fights. Because as we talked about during the draft, they don't have to. Why would they? Like, if they force those early game fights, and Andres was trying to look for a cheeky go right there. But yeah, if they force those early game fights, they may put themselves in a bad position, but they may go for this gank, Excandro.
Oh, they are going to try and go for a Joey by himself, forced to flash away. That's a decent flash from Joey. He doesn't get himself caught. And obviously Methanaut now back in the lane to support. They won't be able to take too much from this bottom lane tower. There are too many champions around it, so the armor is too high to get much damage done. But nonetheless, a good flash burn early on from Joey, and he'll just about have that by the time that the objectives start to spawn.
Yeah, definitely. Team Queso did learn their lesson from the first game. Joey did pick up the exhaust this time instead of a heal, which is very much necessary. And interestingly, Rix actually has 2 exhausts, Excandro. They took 2 of them. Even though Olaf denies the slow and kind of denies the damage reduction because of his true damage, Rix still opted to go for a double exhaust. I don't know what to think about that. I feel it's a bit of an overkill, but we can definitely see teams prioritizing. Ooh, we can definitely see teams prioritizing the exhaust in the current meta.
Clue, that was a bit risky. He's burnt his heal. Yeah, I think the exhaust works really nicely for a couple of reasons. I think it works really nicely for Camille and Renekton. And I think it does have impact on Olaf, like especially if you're just using it at the right time. Ooh, an attempted hook. Flash from SE7 could have been made him very vulnerable, but you can see that in general, Team Queso are playing with a little bit more gusto this time around. And Andre is starting to snowball in terms of levels. He's already a level up on his counterpart, and he's doing a lot of counter jungling here versus the Diana.
And that's exactly what he has to do. And they're going for the gank as well. They know what they have to do.
Got to be careful here. They haven't got the support of anybody else. You can see the Random now behind the tower. They are waiting for their time. In goes Acolyte. They're a little bit away from the tower. Brilliant riposte. Brilliant riposte. And the rest of Rix is here. There is AC7 with the ultimate. Snitch is in the fight as well. The double exhaust coming out maybe clutch as Vejos goes down and the healing starts to pump out for the Fiora. And Snitch is in. End of the line for you, baby. End of the line for Team Queso. A disaster around the tower. And Rix absolutely clean up.
Very, very well played by Rix out there. Random with a beautiful riposte, just completely denying Acolyte's ultimate out there. And from that point out, the fight was already over. Because with no Camille ultimate, you cannot run them down with the Ola. Because as you can see, the initiation was pretty good by Team Queso, right? They went for the turret. But then unfortunately, the Acolyte went for an ultimate on Random while he still had his riposte available. You cannot expect Random to fill it. Like, as you can see, he just dodged. He not only dodged away Camille's ultimate, he actually also dodged away one of the true damage abilities from Olaf. So they just missed out on so much damage and teamfight control that they just straight up lost the teamfight. And then Snitch comes through, stacking up the armor, dealing a lot of damage. The fight is already won for Rix Gaming right there. And then now it's going to be getting hard for Team Queso to make the comeback because Rix has a lot of gold. Somehow, some way, the gold is still the same. But as we said, this is a massive loss for Team Queso because they want to be snowballing this game, Xcon.
Yes, and I think they really, failed to pull the trigger on that dive initially. They left it way too late, and by the time they got around to actually going for the dive, the rest of Rix had already responded. I think if they had literally just run at random under the tower and really committed, they could have very easily got away with that. But unfortunately now, not able to do so, and you can see Andre is being forced back from this Rift Herald as you see the rest of Team Rix coming up, and they're going to go for the engage. That's a great hook, though, on to Clue, and he's already going down here. Random taken low. It's going to be Andre that does eventually drop. The healing is there, but it'll be Acolyte that picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1 overall right now, with Clue and Random dying for Andre. But in the meantime, you can see that Vejos is on the bottom side of the map, and he's going to take the first tower of the game for Team Queso.
And Xcandro, here we can see the potential of Team Queso's roster, and they may go for this kill, so I don't think there's going to be much happening right here because Rix shouldn't be going for this dive. Although, look at that turret damage. That's the power of the Graves as well, just destroying the turret while there's not that much happening. But I want to mention, there we could briefly see the power of Team Queso's composition. They were in a 4 versus 5 situation and they still won. As you can see, this is a 4 versus 5 situation, even a 3 versus 5, by the way, because Varus is not even there yet, but they still won. The way that they won is because this time they did combo their ultimates properly, right? Like the Olaf went in with his true damage, they waited out the riposte, then Acolyte went in with his ultimate, and then also the Thresh ultimate. That is how you win these team fights, and that's what Team Queso should have done earlier as on. If they had done that, they could have potentially snowballed this game out of control. So right here, Team Queso actually made somewhat of a comeback. They're ahead in gold. They took a bot lane turret. They're doing fine again, Xcandro.
Yeah, they definitely are. They managed to bring that gold back into the even stead, and you can see that right now the gold is where it needs to be. It's on Joey, it's on Vejos specifically, who's a really strong mid-game champion, and also the Divine Sunder already picked up. They're going for another dive on the top side of the map. Snitch is there as well. It's going to be Clue taken down very low. The exhaust coming in clutch against Vejos on the Renekton, and here comes SE7. He gets a great ultimate off, flashes over the wall onto Methanor, tries to take down his second target, and will a double kill for him. But in the meantime, Doom and Random, they're getting a flank from Vejos for the time being. They've already taken down that mid lane tier 1, and another exhaust comes through to stop that stun on the Renekton. You can kind of see the value of this exhaust versus this Renekton now, as it's having a lot of impact.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, we can see the values of the exhausts right now. And now I'm starting to understand why Rix Gaming picked 2 exhausts. Even though they're up against an Olaf, who an exhaust is really useless against, they just completely denied an engage like that. And as we look into this replay, Team Queso had a really good engage with the Thresh, right? Like they had a really, really good engage. But unfortunately, Olaf was tanking the turret, which made him take way too much damage. And Stitch was just able to survive. And then SE7 comes up, picks up the free kills, like it's 2 minions that he's killing out. I feel a bit bad for Team Queso, however, because they're really trying to force it out, and they're doing, I would still say, a good job trying to force it, because they know this is how they can win the game. But Rix is just picking up the free kills afterwards.
Somehow Andre manages to get away with being just out of sight and jumps straight onto Random here as he goes in, actually forces the grand challenge, which will deter Andre for the time being. was maybe hoping to get a cheeky little pick to establish some vision control around that Infernal Dragon that will be spawning soon. It is still an even game, though. You know, we've only got about 2k difference between the two teams, which at this point is not a massive amount. And if you look at direct item spikes, there is, you know, essentially one item for everybody, like one completed item for everybody at this point in time. The Crystalline Reflector has now just been finished up. We mentioned that in Champion Select. Crystalline Reflector is going to be a big one in this game. And actually, I think that getting picked up now for SE7 is going to be really impactful around this next Dragon fight.
Yeah, Kando, like, honestly, I don't think Team Queso has a way to win this, because as we look into this itemization from Rix, everyone has armor boots. SC7 has the Crystalline Reflector. We know everyone is going to be building armor. We know that Graves gets a lot of armor passively. Like, how the hell are you going to be beating that out as Team Queso? I'm trying to think of a way besides the Olaf, but Team Queso is going to be having a really hard time going right through it. They're really going to be needing those armor penetrating items.
Diana's gone Mercury treads. Why is
Diana Mercury?
Why is Diana gone Mercury? I mean, I suppose for Varusol and Renekton stun could be a thing. They're going to see the engage come through, though. There is the ultimate coming in from Diana. It's already Joey that's picked up a clue in the back line for the time being, but low HP bars across the board. And here goes the rest of Rix. It is Clue that's died, but Rix have done a huge amount of damage to Team Queso. They cannot contend with the power of the Graves and the Xayah, which almost goes down to Andre waiting in the wings. But they can't contend with it for the time being. They'll pick up the Infernal and have cemented a great lead for themselves already.
Yeah, yet again, Team Queso winning the fight in the beginning, but after their ultimates ran out, it's just game over, because Doom on the Xayah, the champion, is incredibly good against those champions that Team Queso has. She can root all of them. She can run away. She gets movement speed. Her ultimate. That's the problem. Doom on the Xayah is practically going to be unkillable. Yet again, running the Stormbrazer as his first item. It seems to be his favorite item. I can pretty much say that right now. And he's 3-0, right? He's 3-0, 8.4k gold. It's just looking like a disaster from Team Queso, because even if they do well, and SE7 getting the Rift out, but even if they do well, they're gonna struggle really hard to kill out Doom on that Xayah Xcander.
Absolutely. Andre, a little careful here. We have the Blade of the Ruined King finished up for random, so he's got Divine Sunder, a Blade of the Ruined King here on the Fiora for that sustain. Acolyte is desperately trying to take that tower, but you can see that Random is now completely taking over the side lane matchup versus Vejos and is starting to establish himself in the split push. I wonder if he's going to go for Hullbreaker or he's actually going to consider the Death Dance. You know, that's my question. He's actually taking away red buff right now too. Yeah, he's gone for Blade.
He went for the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah. You see Random going in on to Andre, who gets taken down super low. Grand Challenge not there, so the healing isn't available. Might end up going down. SE7, he does have that Crystalline Reflector, and you can see how much of an impact they just had in preventing him from going down. SE7 escapes with a sliver of HP, and the rest of Rix clean up. Oh, Team Queso, absolutely disastrous. Acolyte looks like he can't even 1v1 Doom at this point in time. And I think Team Queso are bowing into the losers bracket at this point. Rix are in complete control.
Yeah, Rix is in complete control, just showing utter dominance in this game. And now pushing out the inhibitor turret in the bot lane, pushing out the mid lane, and Doom destroying Acolyte in the top lane. It's just a win everywhere. Team Queso cannot do anything at this point anymore. We've already approached the moment of the game where it's honestly a bit too late already. Team Queso just can't kill Rix anymore, Xcander.
I don't think so. I think there's not an easy target for you to take down. They're trying to chase down Random. Clue just use the heal. They flash and hook him. He'll pop the stasis for the time being, but I think he will eventually drop. But the problem for Team Queso is that what do you get out of that? You used a load of resources, but it's not like you can go and take Baron. It's not like you can take a Dragon. It's not like you can get an inhibitor tower. It was a flash and a kill, I think, for morale's sake, more than anything here, Hells.
Yeah, definitely a morale kill, honestly. And as we look into the builds of Rix Gaming, you know, we see the Deadman split coming through from Rakan. But actually, we're going to be looking into the replay. We had a good engage from the Olaf, but then SC7 on the Diana, showing power, using his ultimate. Then we see an exhaust come through a little too late. Not sure why it didn't get used when she ulted. But then here, as you can see, Snitch on the Graves, just completely decimating the composition of Team Queso. But we have another fight.
We have another fight. Doom gets a really nice stun out onto Vejos, who's desperately trying to keep himself in the game. He gets taken down as Snitch loses half his HP from Joey, who's one of the least fed members on the entire Team Queso team, but is still chunking out people, which is why Varus is so ridiculously strong. But nonetheless, another unfortunate loss here for Vejos, who drops down. And
is fighting.
SE7 on to Andre right now, gets taken down low. The Ignite is ticking. Acolyte should be able to pick this one up, but Random keeps on chugging with that Grand Challenge.
Wow.
One more Vital. He gets it. Uses the riposte and gets the healing through it. Joey gets locked up. Random keeps going, and he gets a double kill. Beautiful play from Random on the Fiora.
And Xcarno, can you imagine? He doesn't even have a Death's Dance yet. Can you imagine what's gonna happen when Random picks up the Death's Dance, which he can pick up when he goes back?
He's not good. I mean, he might have it at the end of this, but I don't even think he's going to need it. The inhibitor tower is going to do the work for them. Doom picks up the kill here. A killing spree for Snitch on the Graves. I don't think they're even going to get back to the shop at this point. 3 inhibitors down. This is end of the line for Team Queso. And honestly, Rix made it look darn easy here, Hells. It was a quick, clean 2-0 for Rix in the upper bracket.
They finished both games in 14 minutes. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. Like, you barely even finish games in 14 minutes in a ranked match, even if you're like a heavy favorite. And Rix just did it in a competitive match against one of the best teams in Europe. Just absolute incredible performance from Rix right there. And I'm super excited to see more of them later on in the tournament.
I agree. I think, thanks production, I was having a little sneaky yawn. Oh no. Anyway, I think Rix are looking really strong, and I think they are clearly like enjoying the current meta here, Hells. I think that's the most important thing. Doom on the Xayah, showing why such a powerful pick in this scenario. Like really good, keeps himself safe at all times. They had some really smart itemization. The Crystalline Reflector was a great pickup for SE7. It kept him alive for so much longer in some of these team fights. And as you mentioned, we didn't even get to see the Death Dance. But if the Death Dance had come through, that would have been the deal ender here for Team Queso if they were even on even pegging at that point.
Yeah, definitely. Like, their gameplay, their strategies are all perfect, but I also want to be highlighting the draft because Rix does have 2 coaches behind them, which is Mozilla and Dunes, I believe. And we can just see how good it is if you have coaches like that, right? Like, we both know Mozilla personally. If you have 2 of these very smart people behind the screens, you can clearly see the result that it delivers. The draft was just an instant win, really, for Rix Gaming. We knew it, like, when they reached the late game, instant win. And just, it's very good to see such a good team paired with such good brains behind the scenes, right? Like, it's really the perfect combo, and then also paired up with the perfect meta. I genuinely believe this is Rix's meta, and Rix is just far beyond any team, and I even dare to say that they're far beyond a team like Game Lord Xcarno.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Redemption felt like a big driving force of Game Lord in the previous win in the WREC, but he didn't shine as hard when we were in the AD carry meta last year. So now that we're kind of heading back towards the AD carry meta, you know, is there a chance that we're going to see Rix re-cement themselves as a very strong team, potentially the #1 team? Of course, that will only be decided in Barcelona at this point, because Rix will be going on to join Game Lord in Barcelona and have their chance at getting revenge once again. But for the time being, Team Queso are going to have to work their way back through that lower bracket where they'll be facing one of our 2 teams from yesterday. And I'm sure, of course, I'm hoping, you know, Team Queso, a local Spanish team, hoping to get themselves on the board and then head over to Barcelona. By the way, looking at Olaf's damage, that shows you why Olaf is banned so frequently. 16k despite being on the losing side, and 11k from Joey despite having one of the lowest gold values in the entire game.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, like, Team Queso still did a lot of damage, and that especially comes from that early game that they did. As you can see, like, in the early game, they were not necessarily ahead, but we can say that they were not behind. But then after that, it changed, right? Like, after that is when Rix was doing the damage and when Rix dominated the game. But yeah, definitely, Rix or Team Queso actually dealing surprising amount of damage, even though they lost the game pretty hard, Xcarno.
Yeah, they really did. They had a load of damage. Like I said, those particular picks, like the Olaf and the Varus, they're really strong picks in general. And I think you can see why even in the losing scenario, why they are considered very high tier picks for competitive play. They're still able to pump out damage. They're still able to be useful and find that niche that they need to have. And I think that was a great display from Team Queso, even if they didn't manage to win the game. But let's take a look at the play of the game, guys, and see exactly which one was the highlight play from this match, Hells.
I believe it's going to be one of the turret dives or the last team fight. Let's take a look. It's actually one of the team fights that happened where SC7 had a beautiful ultimate action. And then, like, I want to highlight Snitch as well, right? Like, whatever is happening, Snitch just doesn't die on the Graves. And then right here, like, sure, Team Queso had a nice engage, but then you just cannot deal with Snitch on the Graves and with Doom on the Xayah anymore. That's the whole problem that Team Queso had. And then to top it off, also random on the Fiora, which in the late game would have gotten a death stance as well. You just cannot win the team fight. So despite Team Queso having a beautiful engage right there, you just can't win the team fight against this composition.
The draft boxed them in, like you said, to really heavy AD. It meant that itemization was pretty easy. It meant that the Diana got a lot of value. The Crystalline Reflector was a great pickup as well. And the Xayah just meant that it was very difficult to lock down the actual AD carry, because that Feather Storm is obviously a really, really important ability to stop that single target lockdown from things like the Renekton. I also think that Vejos didn't get the chance to show his carry capabilities because a lot of his core champions were taken away from him, and then you could see he felt significantly less impactful when he wasn't able to have that solo carry performance like on something like the Akali. But let's take a look at the MVP hails for this series. Who do you think is going to be?
If we look at the first series, Xcandro, it's a bit obvious. I would definitely say Doom. As you can see, indeed Doom. Although in the first series, you could have given it to Clue as well, just for setting up this pentakill. But let's be honest. Doom on the Jinx, Doom on the Xayah, showing absolute dominance towards Joey, who we know is an incredible player, just toying with him like it's nothing. And the last game, winning with like a 5k gold lead, by the way, in 14 minutes. So just Doom completely outclassing the enemy ADC and absolute MVP in the game.
Yeah, Doom just really popping off here. You could see just using his opportunities to jump in, especially on the Xayah. I love that little play, the Proto Belt into the root to make sure that he's not getting taken out as easily by those Varus arrows. I think Doom definitely deserves it with a 21 KDA as well. Absolutely popped up. Did he actually only die once across this entire series? I think he only died once on the Jinx.
He only died when he got the pentakill.
Yeah, literally like only died when he got the pentakill. Yeah. I think that was the play. But hey, look, that about rounds out our first series of the day. So we're looking forward to our second series now, which is going to be Viv versus Formulation. What are your sort of top line thoughts on that, Hells? Obviously, you're not going to be casting, so I'd love to hear your opinion on Viv versus Formulation before we go over to a break.
I think easy win. I think easy win Viv Esports. Although I may be underestimating Formulation, but that's my honest thoughts. I think Viv is going to take it very easily.
I think it'll be close. I do. I think that the Formulation have proven themselves quite handily in the WREC, so I'm very interested to see how this one pans out. But as I mentioned, as I alluded to, we've got a short break between our series. We are going to say goodbye to Hells and welcome back Stu, and we'll dive straight into that second series after the break.
might breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Favorite EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we getting hype. Everybody round, 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 everybody round here know we getting hype.
Welcome back to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. Mixcounter joined by Stu for our second series of the day. Gonna be a banger. Very interesting first series. I think what has benefited WREC so heavily is that the meta is very favored towards strong topsiders and then very good AD carries. So both Doom and Random are like shining like crazy right now, and so WREC are really valuing that. And I think, you know, that applies to every other team as well. I think that the 3.1 has brought the changes of Aaron Linglin's a big impact again, and AD carries are actually viable, which I know you're really happy about, Stu. So I think applying that to the next series, what do you think is, you know, who do you think comes in with kind of like the favored side of that when we're talking about the way that 3.1 has adapted things?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for me. I think looking down the duo lane matchup, we have Kranix, who is also one of the best AD carries, I think, in the tournament. But then on the other side, on the side of Formulation, you know, we have the likes of Feko and these interesting picks that Formulation like to pick up. And I think when it comes to adapting to the meta, I think Formulation like to do all these little pocket picks and try out something new. So I'm excited to see that, but I'm also excited to see Viv as well, because coming into WREC, they were the dark horses, and they proved in the WREC main event that they were the dark horses. So they're going to try and win now and try and book their tickets to Barcelona.
Yeah, and I think Formulation Gaming as well, we shouldn't like understate them. They had a really good run in the WREC too. They knocked out Queso, right? And they were favorites. So I think it's going to be a really, really, really interesting matchup between these two. Let's go over though to Hells. Hells is standing by to have his thoughts on this series and where he believes the key points of the game are going to be.
Yeah, thank you very much, Xcondo. And the first thing that I want to talk about, yet again, the traditional ADCs. This is such a big thing, especially for these teams. And if we look at Viv Esports Kranix, right? Like, we know Kranix is super good at these ADCs. I've seen him spam Jinx, by the way, so that may indicate that he's also going to be picking the Jinx. And then the next thing that I want to talk about is on the opposite side, Formulation Gaming. They have some crazy picks. We've seen it, right? Vecco on the Seraphine. We saw the Irelia. Like, they come through with the craziest picks and make it work. Like, they've made it work. They've come up until this point, and that's going to be their factor to win this game against Viv Esports. Because in my opinion, we've seen Viv Esports with superior macro game. Viv Esports game has been amazing macro-wise, and I believe they even contest a team like WREC macro-wise. I'm only saying macro-wise. And that's what truly makes them a super, super strong team, really, especially Tyrus in that jungle as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how Formulation Gaming is going to deal with that crazy strong macro game from Viv Esports. So enough talking. Let's actually get into the game. Back to Xcondo and Stuart to get us into the draft.
Thank you so much, Hells. I think, you know, it's going to be interesting. I do believe Kranix is a real key factor for Viv coming into this. But also, one of the things that I've really always liked about Viv is they've been very intelligent about the way they play the game. I think they've got a really good set of coaching staff behind them. I know that Ryu, as the sub right now, also has a lot of input and thoughts into how these drafts go down. He's very, very sort of, I guess, game smart, in my opinion. So I think this is going to be a very interesting one. Sharks has really impressed me too. And I think that's another thing to look towards. The only thing that I think, you know, I'd raise is that Miloop hasn't been the most standout Baron laner ever, Stuart. And I think versus UI, there may be a mismatch that they could look to exploit.
Yeah, I think UI has definitely looked really strong, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup in Baron lane because, as you mentioned already, you know, we're seeing a lot more of these carries up in the Baron lane now with Divine Sundra, the likes of Camille, Fiora, even we've seen Graves up there as well, so it'd be really interesting. But I think another one, like you said, you know, Sharks in the mid lane, especially on Gragas, his strongest champion's been really good. And then we have Don on the other side with his Irelia, you know, with the recent buffs to Irelia, with the changes as well, a little bit to Irelia. We might be seeing like a mid lane matchup with 2 pocket picks or 2 comfort picks for these 2 carries, which is going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, Irelia is something that doesn't usually get hovered out in competitive play too much, but she has had those changes that have made her scaling in the late game really strong. And so I think we've got to keep our eyes on that. Plus Divine Sundra, even though it doesn't have the attack speed, which Irelia does like, it's still a really good item because it gives her a little bit more survivability and some inbuilt sustain. And you can always just pair it up with Blade of the Ruined King to have like a really strong 1-2 item combo on the Irelia. So it is something that, you know, Irelia is in a good spot, you know, right now, and especially for Don, who is an Irelia aficionado, we'll say. He's an Irelia specialist, and so there are some matchups that he'll obviously look to pick that into. Whoa, we've
Whoa,
I thought we got like a spicy new pick and ban overlay. I thought we had something crazy going on there, but yeah, we're heading into picks and bans, by the way, guys. We are getting towards that stage of the competition. Of course, this is another important series because the winner, Stu, goes to Barcelona.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, REC have now booked their tickets to Barcelona, whether it be through that play-in match or whether it be in the group stage. We'll see after they play the winner of this game to see who gets to that group stage or the main event in Barcelona. But yeah, like, I think the main purpose of these games is booking your tickets to Barcelona, which for these 2 teams, I think would be quite good. I think Formulation coming into the WREC in general was like, they weren't really a team that we really thought about as like a dark horse or something. But like you said, in the WREC, they knocked out Team Queso. They did really well. They got into the top 4 and Viv as well. So for any of these 2 teams getting that far into the tournament is going to be a big achievement.
Absolutely, but you can see the Irelia has been banned, so Don will not be getting his hands on the Irelia in this series. It'll be Corki banned as well with Gragas, and there is a lot left open here. We've got things like the Shen, which was banned a couple of times. We've got the Fiora, which is open, although I will say, not sure who the Fiora player would be on Viv. Tyra's has not shown a huge kind of liking for that particular champion. It'll be the Ziggs that gets prioed here, with the Fiora immediately being picked up by Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, Ziggs priority. It seems that Viv don't want to go down the traditional AD carry route. Even, you know, it might be mid lane Ziggs, it might be Sharks on the Ziggs, but we haven't really seen him play Ziggs too much. And most of the time when we see Ziggs, it's most likely in the Dura lane. But yeah, Fiora just picked up straight away. I think Fiora is still a really strong pick. Can still be played in the jungle, can still be played in Baron lane, and Zala on Rakan as well. Honestly, I think Formulation got 2 insanely strong power picks, whereas Ziggs, I'm not really too sure about Ziggs. I still feel like that he's really strong, and I think he can do really well. But I'm not too sure on this first pick priority, but we'll have to see what else Viv pick up on top of it. It's going to be Wukong. Now, we did see Wukong last week, played by Kamaris. Up in the Baron lane, we saw Divine Sundra, Black Cleaver. I think this build is really good on Wukong, especially because of his healing on his first ability as well. He can get into team fights, he can ultimate, he can heal up a lot as well. It's going to be interesting. It seems like a sort of a Tyrus pick as well, because Tyrus likes to play these tanky junglers.
Yeah, I think it's the Tyrus pick for certain, and they're going to pair it up with the Galio. So it's a really nice little 1-2 combo, the Wukong Galio. And I think works nicely too. I wonder if that's going to be Galio in the mid lane, given that support Galio was recently nerfed a pretty decent amount. This is very Viv draft, though. They don't tend to follow the grain of the accepted meta. You know, Tyrus is the kind of a jungler that will be picking the Vi more often than not where he can. So, you know, there's a lot of difference to the Viv drafts, but they work because they have solid fundamentals. That'll be set, though, locked in, and you're just looking at power pick after power pick here for Formulation Gaming, building a star-studded roster of the strongest champions in Wild Rift right now, and they're very happy to do so. Second ban phase comes through. If you were trying to limit from Viv, I wonder what you're looking to take away, like maybe something like the Morgana on top of everything else.
Yeah, potentially. I'm trying to think what else. Maybe some more bruisers as well. Akali is another one. I think we've seen Millet play Akali a few times, but I think, you know, Viv have the Ziggs, they have the Galio, they have the Wukong that could potentially go into like Baron mid or jungle. So you're probably looking at solo lanes being banned out for formulation. But on the side of Viv, they're probably going to look to try and target towards that dual lane, maybe target out some AD carries, maybe some mages. Like you said, that Morgana is still open. But I think formulation have a really first strong free picks. You know, 2 really strong bruisers paired up with the Rakan support as well. And they have a lot of lockdown. If you can, you know, if you can Rakan ultimate into set suplex as well on top of that, especially with like Galio potentially building tank, Wukong also building a little bit tanky, it could be a really strong pick. We're waiting for the ban of Viv. They're kind of taking a bit of a long time for the ban. Maybe not really. I mean, it's kind of hard really to ban, I feel like, for Viv at the moment, because you're not really too sure whether Fekko's going to go towards the traditional AD carries, because as we've mentioned before, you know, Fekko's come out with these crazy picks before that we haven't really seen before. We've seen him play Galio duo lane, Seraphine, all of these crazy picks. So we'll have to see. Hopefully we'll get the ban fairly shortly.
Yeah, I think there might just be a delay here rather than Viv not actually choosing to ban anything or being given unlimited time to ban a champion. I think we just have a delay. So we'll have to check in and see what's going on that front. If I were them, I'd maybe thinking about limiting like the Xayah, for instance. Xayah would be like something that's very easily able to get out of this Wukong knockup and this Galio. So Xayah would be like a pretty good ban alongside the Rakan. Not sure what else would really fit into that. Maybe like a Morgana to stop, you know, give a Black Shield over to the set, or the Fiora, for instance. So those seem like relatively decent bans if Viv don't want to pick that up themselves.
Yeah, I think Morgana would be definitely a good one, because the Black Shield, I think, will be really good for the likes of Galio, for the likes of Wukong as well, you know, stopping all that crowd control that might be coming out. I'm interested to see, because it's going to be an interesting one. The Akali ban as well. I mean, the Akali ban is obviously focused towards the solo lanes. Probably another ban as well for a solo lane for the side of formulation. We'll have to wait and see.
I think we've just here we go. I think we're going to get things reset, and hopefully we'll get those picks and bans back up, and we may even get to see the rounded out team comps at this point, because it was a little while we were waiting for that second ban in the second ban phase there. I think, you know,
we might be going in with a surprise.
Yeah, maybe we're just going to go into game and it'll be surprise. Do you know what? I almost prefer that option. Just go into game.
That'll be fun.
It's like this like, who knows what they picked? We'll just find out. Who knows what they banned either? It doesn't matter.
Tune in next episode.
Yeah, on the next episode of WREC. Anyway, we are into the bin. Oh, what's
a Morgana?
So it was a Morgana.
Okay.
Never mind. Well, it was a Morgana. That was a good call, Scoundrel.
We at least got that confirmed.
Good job, you. Good job, kid. I'm just going to pat myself on the head because that was a good call.
Yeah, it was the Morgana ban, but yeah, I think other AP mages are going to probably be banned out for Viv, because you already have the set and the Fiora for kind of your AD damage. Unless you go for like maybe a Diana or something like that instead as sort of an AP damage source, because we saw from the last series, you know, Team Queso against WREC, that WREC was completely dominant in that series, but when you draft these full AD comps on the side of Team Queso, especially with Death Stance being such a strong item on bruisers, and you could just go for items like Guardian Angel, armor boots as well, it's really hard, especially when it gets to the mid and late game, when you have these armor items that can come online to kind of break through the team. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get through the rest of this pick and bans. It looks like it was a bit of delay, and we're just going to go through all the bans and picks again.
Yeah, I think we're just everything will stay the same up until the point of that first ban, which I imagine will be the Morgana, and then we'll just follow on from where we are. So they should just kind of cycle through the bans, cycle through the picks, and we'll get back to where we were in the draft phase. Had a little bit of an issue. We sometimes get problems with pick and ban phase. You get crashes here and there, so it is what it is. Based on the draft so far, though, I'm kind of favoring formulation, just because they have like a lot of strong power picks in the current meta. They're building out, a potential win conditions through the Fiora. They're building out potential win conditions through just team fighting with the set. Whereas Viv are a little bit older, a little bit behind in terms of what they're picking. Or however, they are building a good fundamental with like the Wukong, the Galio. Like Wukong plus Galio is good fundamentals for Viv, of course. So that's like a strong team fight combo like the Camille Galio, and you'd expect to see it.
Yeah, it's really interesting priority by Viv, to be fair. You know, first the Ziggs and then the Wukong and the Galio. We saw that Galio didn't really get prioritized in the last series at all. Same with Ziggs, same with Wukong. So it's like 3 completely different picks that we didn't see at all in the first series. So interesting priority. So it looks like we are up to date now. The Morgana being banned away, and it's going to be Ari being banned away, another mid laner taken away from the Sharks. So, you know, with the Gragas being banned away, Akali, Ari as well, Morgana and Orianna, you could basically say a mid lane picks. It could potentially be, you know, Viv just say, okay, we're just going to move the Galio to the mid lane and pick another support instead, because it's going to be really down the list. It's actually Xin Zhao as well, another AD bruiser that benefits a lot, you know, with the busts to 3.1 and also the Divine Sunderer coming into the game. Just really big, strong frontline bruisers for Formulation at the moment. And
also, like, Xin Zhao is a great Divine Sunderer pick as well. You know, this is a very interesting comp from Viv, by the way. We'll dive into this in a minute. It looks like it's going to be Galio, Ziggs bot lane. It'll be probably Jace mid. And is that going to be like Wukong top, Tyra's Jack's jungle? Because I think Jack's Baron lane is awful, by the way. So I think that would be the case for Viv. That is a great last pick, though, from Formulation. We know that they are big Seraphine enjoyers. We know that they love that champion. And also, it sets up really nicely for the strong teamfight presence that you're going to have with the set and the Xin Zhao. This is scary. I actually genuinely think that the teamfight is looking very good from Formulation. And I think Viv are going to have to be a little careful here. However, Viv also have really strong teamfighting presence. You know what's really funny? I'm looking at the splash arts and just look how different Jace's art style looks to pretty much every other champion. It's just so striking how he's very soft edges and everybody else is like really hard lines. And, you know, anyway, just a small thing. You know,
maybe a bit out of date.
Just after the 50-minute champion select, my brain has gone into total meltdown mode. But yes, this is obviously the FICO special, as Hell puts it. The Seraphine that not many other teams like to play. Game Lord used to do it last year all the time, but it hasn't really seen much play outside of Formulation across the WREC.
Yep, Seraphine, I think it's going to be really good. I think Xin Zhao is also a great pick because when the likes of, you know, Wukong's going to be diving in, Galio, Jace, Jax, all of these champions are going to be diving in. Xin Zhao just uses ultimate, knocks them all back away, which allows Seraphine to then ulti on top of the Xin Zhao as well. So I think Seraphine Rakan is also a great combo because when you engage with Rakan, with the charm, you just Seraphine ultimate on top of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised really to see Feko on Seraphine. I mean, I think as everyone's already mentioned, you know, Formulation like these very unique picks and very different picks, and that's no different coming into this game as well. But I definitely favor Formulation's draft coming into this first game.
I think I favor Formulation's draft as well. I think they have got plenty of ways to counter these big team fights. As you mentioned, you know, you've got the well-timed Xin Zhao ultimate, you've got the Seraphine ultimate. There are plenty of like good options that you have to kind of dismantle what Viv are trying to do in these team fight situations. Viv, if they can make it work, like you have got a strong team fight here, but it's about making it work. And Formulation have shown they've got a lot of aptitude with the picks like Seraphine.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing what they are. I think the scaling in terms of Viv is definitely a lot stronger with Jax and Ziggs. To be honest, I think they not really. I mean, the scaling on the side of Formulation is not too bad as well. I'd like to get your opinion on that, Excalibur. I think Viv overall have the better scaling comp overall, but I think in terms of team fight, it's a difficult one because both these teams I think want to fight. I think there's no doubting that at all. Interesting enough, it's Don actually on Fiora mid lane. If I remember correctly, he actually played Fiora mid lane before. I think it was actually last week. So instead of the Irelia is the Fiora mid against Sharks is Jason. It is going to be Millip on the Wukong in the Baron lane. Does have Grasping Undying as well. Probably going to go for the Divine Sunderer, go for this more tanky build. And like I said, I honestly think this is a really strong pick at the moment. It's not very popular, but I think just the amount of healing and the amount of sustain that you can get in the laning phase and during the team fights as well can definitely come in handy.
You can see Tyra's just supporting the mid lane because Sharks right now struggling versus Don. Kemal trying to get a little bit of prio, and you can see they flash in immediately, go for the stun, but it won't quite work. But it's enough prio to allow them to go and take this River Scuttler, and of course, burning anything for River Scuttler is 100%.
Wow. 59% to 41%. I think that just shows how close the series is going to be. I don't think we're going to be seeing a complete stomp, even though Hells thinks it might be a complete stomp. I personally don't think it's going to be a complete stomp. I think Formulation is still a great team. And Don there just using the riposte in the mid lane just to deny the taunt. But that's flashed down already for Floor, so that means he's going to have to play a little bit safer. And you can see that the roam's already by the supports. You know, first it was Floor in the mid lane. Now it's Zara in the mid lane as well. Both these supports want to try and rotate around the map, try and use their early game crowd control that they can offer to try and get these bruisers ahead. As we've definitely seen a lot more bruisers in the meta, you know, even though it's a new patch, you know, with some huge changes to some champions. I think with Divine Sunder and the likes of Hullbreaker and bruisers in general just being really strong, it's kind of no surprise really to see, you know, 6 bruisers on either side.
I mean, as well as the fact that bruisers were kind of the meta before 3.1, they're now obviously even better now that Divine Sunder has come out. Yeah. And so many different champions can use Divine Sunder because it doesn't limit, it sort of doesn't tie you heavily to some of the more specific stats of Trinity Force. Rather, you've got the option of just having some flat health and an empowered basic attack, which is, and plus ability haste, which everybody loves. So it's like a really nice item that has a lot of universally applicable stats, which is really good.
Yes, quite interesting. We get to see the double AP duo lane as well, even though, you know, last game we went from Doom playing traditional AD carries to now both Viv and Formulation kind of falling back onto these AP mages. So I definitely feel like WREC has definitely, I mean, we spoke about it already, but WREC has definitely got ahead of the game in the meta, and maybe Formulation and Viv are just going back to what they're used to and what they're used to practicing on, because to be fair, the patch has only been out now, I think, for what, a week now? A week today, I think it is. Was it week today or week yesterday? I can't remember exactly, but a week is not a long time to practice new things, especially with tournaments in between and WREC in between as well. So nothing too crazy this game. I think Wukong top is the only real different pick, and obviously the Xin Zhao as well. But other than that, it's kind of the same picks that we saw before. But now with the objectives coming up, the Cloud Dragon is going to be the first objective. Floor's caught. He doesn't have, he does have flashback up. I thought he didn't have flashback up, but that's going to be Floor's flash down again now for this team fight. It looks like Formulation are going to try and look towards this Cloud Dragon.
And think they'll be able to pick it up with relative ease. They've got all of their ultimates available. And of course, wrong side of the map for most of Viv. Viv will be settling up on that Rift Herald. I think realistically, they'll be happy to take the Rift Herald here. I think most people now, with the small nerfs that happened to Dragon on patch 3.1, believe that Rift Herald in general holds a little bit more value unless you're kind of having to face down an Infernal Dragon, for instance. You can see Redemption comes out. Sharks will be backed up by Floor for the time being. Floor trying to buy some time, has a stun at a tower, will get the taunt off as well, but there's the flash from Kimao, and it'll be a double kill for Don. They're trying to buy a bit of space. Tyrus gets taken out. This is a disaster for Viv. They are getting smashed every stage across the map, and Formulation Gaming are in such a strong spot now.
Feko tried to flash. Actually, Cunnick's got a kill in the duo lane, so there is one kill back. But yeah, like I said, absolutely disastrous for Viv. They weren't able to take the Baron lane tower with the Rift Herald. I must say though, the duo lane tower dive from Formulation was perfect. It was so good. They used Kamal's engage to kind of tank the tower at first, and then he flashed away, and it was Zara after that as well. We're going to see the tower dive again. The Redemption does help out, but it's Zara that goes in first. He tanks the tower for a little bit, but then Kamal just tanks the tower for so long. He flashes away in the last second. Zara as well was able to get there, but you can see this top lane tower dive just went so wrong for Viv. They tried to jump in, but Feko was there for backup. The Rift Herald doesn't come to any use at all. And now Formulation, they're going to be seeing, Kranix. Zao was on the road the whole time. I'm actually quite surprised how much damage Kranix did with that one bomb. I think the passive
it must have been Ludens. It must have been a Ludens that he procced as well with it. So end of the day, the Ludens proc on an individual target is quite high. And so he probably just did a huge chunk of damage on an isolated target there. However, Viv struggling just a little bit right now, and also I really don't like the fact that Kranix is sat on an AP carry. I know Ziggs is really impactful, but you mentioned him being one of the strongest AD carries in Europe, and he's just stuck on this like wave clearing mage duty for the majority of the game here. A lot of like what I'm seeing from this Wukong right now, the Divine Sunder at Wukong, you get a huge amount of healing from both your first ability, but also because your first ability applies on hit effects, you get a load of healing from Divine Sunderer as well with that one item. It's a really nice pickup for Wukong, especially when you get into duels versus other champions.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be useful during team fights as well, because Wukong's still that same champion that does really, really well. And they did like the change with him quite a while ago as well, where he gets like healing, extra healing from if he hits minions as well. So he can also sustain in lane if you're taking a lot of damage as well. So I think overall it's such a great item for Wukong, and I think it just fits him so well. And then he's just going to be going into Black Cleaver as well. I think mostly everyone's going to be going for the same build. You can see that I think Set, Wukong, and Xin Zhao we're going to be seeing having Divine Sunderer and Black Cleaver, which two of probably the strongest items in the entire game at the moment, which just leaves these dual lane carries, like you said, on these AP champions, which I don't really like to see, but it seems to be a fight in the dual lane. Not too sure what's happening down there.
Sharks taking a huge amount of damage. The Grand Challenge came out, but no vitals actually got procced there. I think he had to flush away from that situation. Milup is going to face check into the set, forced to flush away, doesn't have his ultimate for the time being, gets slammed under tower, and Keemao will pick up the kill with relative ease.
Rotations at the moment from formulation are coming up completely clutch. A little bit unfortunate that Milup probably didn't realize the whole of formulation was the set and the Xin Zhao was going to be in the bush there. But now they're going to try and look to take that Baron lane tower. Keemao is going to back off instead, and Tyrus is here to defend the tower. So no towers have gone down just yet. It's only just the Dragon and the Rift Herald that's gone down. This is a very, very slow game, I feel like, to what we used to see. We've only really had them, two team fights, one in the dual lane, one in the Baron lane, then tower dies. But other than that, there's not really been anything else too much happening. But now with the new objectives spawning, the second Rift Herald, and now the Mountain Dragon, we're probably going to see more fights. And here we go.
Yeah, we see the Galio ultimate coming out for the time being. They're trying to get onto this Rift Herald, and Milup goes straight in by himself. That was the main problem right there. Has the second charge of his ultimate. There comes the taunt. We need to follow up. It's a really big ultimate coming out from the Ziggs, but it doesn't get a lot of work done. And they manage to get the Rift Herald, but they'll lose 3 members for it. I'm interested to see if Locket was picked up by formulation, because I really feel that Mega Inferno Bomb did not have the impact that we maybe expected it to have, once it was really well placed on that team fight.
Yeah, it looks like it did negative damage. So yeah, I think there must have been a Locket or something that would have stopped the damage. But I think it's just the tankiness from this, team formulation. When you have Don, Keemao, and UI all building Divine Sunderer, the just amount of health that you get from it. And Chronix is not at that point in the game yet where he's going to be doing a lot of damage. And no, there isn't a Locket, interesting enough. Maybe it was I'm not too sure if I saw the Redemption or not come down. We're going to be seeing it back here. Oh, Redemption did come down, but it was before then. But yeah, Milup going in completely sorry. Floor did really, really well with the ultimate, but you can see the Ziggs damage is just not there yet, unfortunately. The Luna's Echo not doing enough against these beefy tanks on the side of formulation, and I think that's what Divine Sunderer does as well. It not only gives you a lot of tankiness, but it also gives you a lot of damage as well, and also the on-hit effects, which allows you to heal up over time. Viv are going to try and look this Rift Herald to try and use this Rift Herald, to try and get the mid-lane tower, but again, Viv used another Rift Herald. It doesn't even get charged. It doesn't even get a tower or anything from it. I feel like twice now Viv kind of wasted this Rift Herald, but Milup, whilst mid lane was being taken down, trying to be taken down, Milup was able to take the first tower of the game up in the Baron lane.
And that is at least a bit of gold back in the pockets of Viv right now as well, because they desperately need it. The Formulation Gaming are battering them in every single team fight right now. And I think Viv have to think about how they're looking to win this game. Sharks taken down very low. Tyrus coming in with the counter-attack. We have the quickness already popped out, as we're going to get the taunt coming in from Zawa, but we just don't have the damage. But it is finally there, as Sharks can convert, and it'll be a nice little kill. As you can see, that Milup is desperately trying to stop this tower from going down. Can't make it happen, but will start chunking them down. He's got a lot of damage coming out, forced to flush away, but he will eventually drop. It'll be a rampage for Keemao on the Xin Zhao.
Milup's really struggling in his Baron lane at the moment. I don't think he's able to really do that much, especially because you got Keemao just sitting up here with UI just completely dominating Milup. I think Milup's like 0-3 now or something like that. So the Wukong pick not really doing too much at the moment. And to be honest, Viv have not really gotten into that team fight situation that they want to be in. And you can see that Chronix is still going to be a long, long time, I think, until Chronix comes online. If Formulation just keep up the momentum, you can see Milup here, unfortunately. Even in a 2 versus 1 situation, you can see all the healing and all the damage that Milup can do even in a 2 versus 1 situation. But yeah, you're not getting out of there. He tried to defend the tower as much as he could, but unfortunately wasn't able to. And now Formulation, they're going to look to try and accelerate this gold lead. They know they're ahead right now, so they're going to look to try and get this bot lane tower.
Yeah, they're trying to push it down. They are desperately forcing onto that bot lane tier 1, but the Mega Inferno Bomb will do enough to clear the wave out for the time being. You can see now Tyra's just attempting to just threaten that mid lane tier 1. And that's what the Jax can do, obviously. Jax is able to just get onto a tower and take it with ease. And one of the things that Viv has done well here has picked up towers. They've still got that bot lane tier 1, that top lane tier 1 down already. Miloop doing a lot of damage now on this Wukong. Got to be a little careful here if you're Dom.
Yeah, I think he's got the Black Cleaver completed now on top of the Divine Sunder, the combo that I was talking about. I think going back into Champion Select and take a look at the picks in general, I think like Xin Zhao was like a perfect pick here for Formulation. You can see how it's doing absolute wonders at the moment against Viv, because Viv, all they want to do is engage. They want to jump in, you know. Wukong wants to jump in, Jax wants to jump in, the same with Galio as well. And you saw in that dual lane fight that just happened, Xin Zhao was just able to use his ultimate and zone the rest of Viv away, which means that Fekko can then use that as kind of a counter-engage situation to try and use the ultimate, or even UI and Don can use it after that. So I think Formulation, when it comes to team fights, I think if they just wait until Viv try to engage and then try and counter engage after that and use Kimao as sort of a wall, I guess you can say, between Viv and Fekko, that he's just able to dish out a lot of damage on the Seraphine.
And I'm a little bit worried that Viv's win condition comes down to team fighting well, right? Like the whole point of this Viv team comp, apart from maybe having Tyras in a side lane, is that ability to team fight effectively with the combination between the Galio and the Wukong. But it's just not working out for them. They're not making it happen. And as you mentioned with the Seraphine, there is an angle where they could potentially kind of outplay Viv in these team fight situations. And right here they do. It is a huge engage. Wukong can't even get into the fight. Tyrus is just straight up dead. And you can see that Miloop is next on the target list. Fico with the flash engage coming out. Absolutely steamrolled Viv right now, and Formulation Gaming look on top of the world. Kranix desperately clearing out waves, but Infernal Drake is going to go firmly in the favor of Formulation.
I mean, Miloop tried to jump in. It was completely split up there for Viv. I think it was Galio and Wukong that was on the bottom side of the river. But then the rest of Formulation were just like, okay, Zhao was like, I'm going in. Zhao's ultimate, the charm, on top of Fekko's ultimate as well, just completely destroyed Tyrus and Sharks, and they weren't able to do anything. And I'm not too sure why Viv is splitting up like they are at the moment. There's just no need to be split up like that, because even though I just mentioned that Formulation do really well with disengage, but they also do really well when they engage, when Zhao is able to flash charm, when Fekko is able to follow that up with the Seraphine ultimate. We've seen this combination before being played by Game Lord before. We've seen it by Formulation and other teams as well. And wow, this is a in the eyes of Hells, this would be called an upset.
No, I think realistically, no one expected Viv to sort of struggle this much. But Formulation Gaming have absolutely adapted super well, and I think the Seraphine's ban-worthy versus this team. I think Fico clearly knows how to play it. One of the things that you need to realize about Seraphine is, even though she's niche, even though she isn't as strong as she maybe used to be last year, she still has insane impact in competitive if you can make it happen. That is the engage coming through. They're going to get a double lockdown. Nowhere for the Galio to move. And now they are pushing themselves onto this tier 1 turret in the mid. You can see the Miloop now the target. Oh, he gets stunned up again. Fico with another little root. And that is going to be a huge wipe here for Formulation Gaming. They're going to take Kranix down too. And Viv are getting slaughtered by Formulation.
This is very, very surprising. I was not expecting it. If you told me coming into this series that Formulation would absolutely dominate Viv and Viv would only get 2 kills, I wouldn't have believed you at all. And I think they're going to just try and end the game. They are. That's it.
That's the game end.
Wow.
That's just done. The Golden Nexus was still active. Like that was such a quick game from Formulation. They found one little moment and just pushed straight down mid. Didn't even need the use of the Ref Turret either. And Formulation Gaming dominate Viv. I almost have to go to Hells in the second game and say, Hells, have you thought about a different angle here? Are you thinking about changing your mind? Because that looked really strong from Formulation. I've got to give credit to the Hells though. I think, you know, we all predicted Viv for a reason. We all thought Viv were the better team, but Formulation have absolutely showed up everybody at this point. They looked super strong in that first game.
I mean, as we mentioned before the series as well, you know, Formulation took down Team Queso, and Team Queso is not an easy team to beat, but it kind of went a little bit wrong really for Viv just from the start of the game, really. They tried to kind of split the map in a way. They tried to tower dive. They tried to get a few kills across the map, even though it was a bit of a slower game than the first one. But I think Milup just really struggled on this Wukong pick. I still think Wukong is a great champion, but when Kamau is always top lane with UI as well, and sometimes engaging a little bit too early. But I don't know. I think going back to the draft, I think the priority from Viv was a little bit interesting. You know, they prioritized the Galio, they prioritized the Ziggs, and also the Wukong. Whereas Formulation, they were like, okay, we're just going to take Fiora and Rakan, we're then going to take Zed, and then we're going to pair that with a Xin Zhao to completely stop any engage that you can think of doing. And then the Seraphine as well, which, as you saw in all these team fights, Seraphine was just untouched. She was just able to use all of her abilities, use her charm as well. And this was the engage here. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Rakan charm into the Seraphine ultimate, and Viv were just completely split. This is not the Viv that we were expected to see coming into the series.
No, I think they, as we mentioned, they didn't seem like they were drafting something that was particularly meta relevant, apart from maybe the Wukong top, which is something that's a bit of an emerging pick. But like Jax jungle, Jace mid, Ziggs AD, you know, Ziggs in the Dragon lane, that's all stuff that is very old patch and stuff that was working on the previous WREC games. Things have changed with 3.1 and people have adapted how to play. You know, things like the Fiora mid, you're seeing like the Xin Zhao in the jungle with the Divine Sunderer, of course. And I think, you know, Fico is just a Seraphine specialist, so super happy for him to get his hands on that. But you can see the whole of Formulations didn't struggle here. The addition of the Rakan as well provided so many great engage opportunities for Zawa. Formulation look very strong, very strong, and I think Viv are going to have to completely recoup heading into this next game.
Well, Viv's two only kills were on Zawa, so I think we're going to have to report Zawa after this game. He was the only one that died twice on the side of Formulation. But yeah, I mean, they got the Divine Thunderers, they got the Black Cleavers, Death Stance as well was being built by all these bruisers. And when you have all these items, you know, champions like Jace are not really going to do that much. The same with Wukong as well. You can see the early game was a little bit, you know, back and forth. Viv had a little bit of a gold lead at one point, but it just steadied out. And then that sudden burst right at the end, it was just like Formulation just won one team fight. They were like, okay, we have a minion wave, we're just gonna end the game. I was very surprised that they were able to just push mid that quickly and just end the game just like that in an instant.
Yeah, they found their moment and they just dived on it, like absolutely took control. And I think that's, you know, a sign of a great team, like a sign of a team that knows their limits and knows when they can make that kind of play, and it secured them their first win in the series. Let's take a look at the play of the game though and see what the highlight moment was from our first game between Viv and Formulation.
I think it's going to be probably the Rakan engage. Yes, this is the team fight I thought it'd be. You can see Milup tries to go for the engage, but the Rakan Seraphine combo, we've seen it before and it's come up clutch again. But again, as I mentioned during the game, Viv were very split, and it's just the decisive decision making by Formulation where Zhao was just like, okay, I'm going in, follow it up, like follow up with the Seraphine ulti, follow up with the engage from Xin Zhao after that. And you can see when Formulation are on the front edge, when they're like, okay, we want to engage, you can see that their combos and everything else as a team as well are able to come out on top.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. They really did. And of course, we've got more games in this series. Can Viv bounce back and get themselves back in the driving seat and book a place in Barcelona? Like Formulation Gaming are one game away from Barcelona right now, which would be a huge win for this team as well. We're going to go to a short break. When we're back, we're going to be diving into the second game of the series.
Well then.
Body rock.
You ready?
Welcome back to the WREC Last Chance Qualifiers, and we have got another game coming your way between Viv and Formulation Gaming. Formulation played with absolute authority in their last game, and they are just one game away from booking a place in Barcelona, where Viv would unfortunately have to go through the long, hard route of the losers bracket to confirm their spot as well. Stu, very, very exciting stuff, but Formulation surpassed expectations, especially given the way we saw them play in the WREC. We really thought that Viv were going to be the number one dogs coming into this fight, right?
100%. I think it just shows that we all predicted Viv to win. I think most of the audience as well also predicted Viv to win. So it's just really surprising. But that's the great thing as well, is like coming into a new patch, coming into this tournament, is that the teams are so closely balanced together. So it's really exciting to see teams like Formulation kind of come up from where we wouldn't really put them up there, but now they're one game away from Barcelona, as you said. That should blows my mind, really. That's absolutely incredible.
What I think that is really good about Formulation, I think what really benefits them in the current meta is that they have lots of Divine Sunderer players. Like, they've got like people who really love the Xin Zhaos. They've got people who love the Fioras. They've got the the Irelia players. Like, the Divine Sunderer meta is the Formulation Gaming meta. Like, we talked about the AD carry meta suiting people like Doom, but we have to talk about the fact that obviously Divine Sunderer is such an influential item right now as well. So that's a really, really interesting thing I think about Formulation. But of course, Hells was standing on the sideline, and we're going to talk to him about his expectations coming into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Xcando. Yeah, that's right. Formulation Gaming had very good early game pressure in that game, right? Like, they picked that Xin Zhao, which is a great counter to the composition of Viv Esports. They abused the early game that Xin Zhao has, and they abused the fact that Viv Esports had Ziggs, who's very weak in the early game. And we saw, right, the very underwhelming damage during the team fights. I want to talk about how Viv Esports played against it, though. I would say they had a decent compromise, right? Like, they did quite a good job dealing with it. They were taking Rift Heralds and squeezing in as much gold and experience and turrets with that bad early game composition they had, right? Like, they got killed many times in the early game, but they were actually able to get turrets, and they weren't behind that much, right? But at the next point, Vecco's Seraphine. Oh my god, don't let this man play Seraphine. Just whatever happens, just don't give him Seraphine, right? Like if you don't ban away Seraphine, you have to be ready to deal with it. And Viv Esports was absolutely not ready to deal with it. So this is why we talked about the crazy picks on Formulation Gaming. That's why I gave it as a key point in the beginning. It may seem like a weird key point, but for Formulation Gaming, coming through with the Irelias, with the Seraphines, we even saw the Irelia get banned. What else are you supposed to ban against the composition or against a team like Formulation Gaming? Well, we're about to find out. So let's shoot it back to Ekano and Stuart so to check out what's gonna happen.
I think Seraphine could be a ban. Could be. I mean, I think if you're not willing to have like a good assassination threat for like the Seraphine, or have a good way of accessing the backline, especially with these heavy melee sort of bruisery type comps that we see from Formulation Gaming, then I think it could be a ban. Could feature for sure. Stu, for you, like, what is the most important part for this next draft? Like, what are you hoping to see? What are you expecting to see?
It's interesting to see what side priority. Oh God, I can't even get my words out. Side priority that Viv take. Will they stay on the blue side? Will they go onto the red side? But I think pick priority is so important here for Viv. I think in the first game they didn't really go for anything. It felt like they were just on a previous patch. They weren't really on 3.1. They focused on the Ziggs. They focused on Galio. Wukong is a little bit new, but like the Ziggs and the Galio I didn't really like too much. So I want to see that completely changed. I want to see them pick up the strong bruisers like the Fiora, like the Set, and pick up these new picks as well, and get Kranix on an AD carry. I think that's what I want to see from Viv. But we'd be interested to see if they stay on the blue side or if they go over to the red side now. But it's interesting because what do you ban now for Viv? You're scared of the Irelia. We already know that because that was banned away. You're now going to be scared of the Seraphine. You still have all these other champions. Xin Zhao as well, which I think was a really strong pick. They're actually, interestingly enough, going to go to red side for the second game. Most teams like to prioritize blue side, I think, recently. But now Viv are like, okay, we're just going to give you one strong pick, but we're just going to take two for ourselves.
Yeah, and I think Formulation, or rather for Viv, I think well, maybe the final counter pick is going to be important for them. Like I think the thought of like a last pick counter pick, maybe to at least get full sight of the Formulation Gaming comp before they commit to something, might be something that's important for them. You'll see the Camille ban, the Olaf ban. Obviously, Tyra's Olaf is another jungler that loves to play that particular pick. Gragas comes through as a ban. Rakan, I think, is a nice ban versus Zawa. I wonder if they were wondering that other picks were more influential than the Seraphine this time round, and therefore are not that interested in banning the Seraphine. I think, for Formulation with the Seraphine, it really does depend on the composition, which is why we worked so well as a final pick on red side. So maybe Viv saying if we go red side, we maybe don't need to worry as much about Seraphine becoming a nuisance in the next draft.
Yeah, potentially, but the only problem with being on red side is that you can't really ban these, unique champions on the side of Formulation, because you have to ban the Rakan, you have to ban the Karma, which we've seen is such a high priority at the moment, and you kind of have to ban the Gragas as well, because on the red side, you don't want to give any of them away in the first pick. So now Viv on the red side, they're not going to be banning away the likes of Irelia, the likes of Seraphine. We might be going for the same sort of thing, but again, Formulation, they go for the Fiora priority, but now this is where I want to see Viv change things up. I don't want to see the Ziggs. Interesting enough, they take away Don's Irelia. This is really, really interesting. I'm not too sure if Viv have played Irelia before. I'm not really too sure, but this is definitely already very, very different from what we saw from game number one.
Yeah, I think the Fiora was the obvious first pick for FMG because it was not banned, and also Viv have shown a tendency to play away from that particular champion. But the Irelia seems like a denial pick that doesn't necessarily need to happen. I mean, Don could very easily. They see the Ari very early on for Sharks here, so they're just securing comfort. I imagine that we might end up seeing Nilu go on to the Irelia then. I mean, I know Irelia jungle is a thing, but competitively, I don't know if it's as viable. So that's your solo lanes that have basically been exposed right now for Viv, which is kind of ruining red side advantage just a little bit, but nonetheless, they decided that comfort is far more important to them. They are going to pick up the Wukong this time around. So whether that is going to be Keymal Wukong jungle, we see Keymal on the Fiora, and we see UI playing Wukong top, we'll have to see. I wouldn't even put it past Don to play Wukong mid, for instance, either. That's very interesting. Already a bit of a wild draft opening up here. And let's see what Don, or rather Formulation, look to round this out with. They're not particularly scared of the Ziggs, obviously, so they're not that bothered about that. Whether they think that this is already a good comp, they're going to go for the Corki.
Oh, yeah, true.
That is another Fico pick, right? So that's pretty solid.
Yeah, that got banned away from Viv in the first game as well. So again, you know, kind of the downside of being on red side, you know, you can't ban these picks that you would normally want to ban away. You know, the likes of Corki, Irelia, Seraphine, like this as well. You give Feko a comfort like Corki. You give Formulation a pick, and oh, here we go. Kranix on Vayne. This is what I wanted to see from Kranix. I don't think we're going to be seeing top lane Vayne. It's not going to be an Acolyte special this game, I don't think. Hopefully we get to see something like Kranix on Vayne instead. This is very interesting. This is completely different to what we saw in game number 1 for Viv. Interesting enough that they were kind of prioritizing Shards. I think, like you said, just getting him on a comfort pick. They don't want like 5 or 6 mid lane champions banned like there were last game as well, and then denying the way the Irelia. This is really, really interesting. This is really interesting indeed. I like it though. Corki versus Vayne. Corki, I think in the laning phase will definitely have a lot freer of a time against Vayne, but Vayne is able to scale quite a lot. Be interested to see what Corki build we'll see. We've seen loads of different Corki builds now, even Stormrazor coming in. We saw interesting enough Black Cleaver, Morella Nomicon Corki last week as well. So there's loads of different Corki builds. So it's going to be interesting to see what build he's going to be picking up.
Yeah, man, I think like also it's difficult to kind of fully know like the where Corki is kind of sitting in the meta right now, because we don't get to see him as much. And I think with the Stormrazor build, we're seeing a lot more like other AD carries coming into the fold. We'll see the Akali, we'll see the Vi and the Janna here. Yeah. So Vi against Tyras, and I guess Janna against Floor. A lot of couple of assassins banned away against Don too. I think maybe they were thinking that Don could opt into like the Yasuo pick in the mid lane, but we'll see what Fico chooses to pick up for formulation. They're going to deny the Vi, and they're going to pick up they're immediately going to pick up the Nami here.
Don't know if the Vi is just a mistake because they banned Vi himself. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah,
it's
sorry.
going to be taken away.
Just a mistake. Let's see what they actually chose to pick in just a minute.
I really like the ban so for formulation. You know, the lockdown to deny that away from Tyrus, and we know that pretty much every single time Kranix has played Vayne, that floor always goes to Janna. I think that's kind of like his pocket pick going towards a floor. Interesting enough, Brom is getting picked up with the Corki, so just denying away, you know, the likes of the Nami wave. Ari's damage as well can also be blocked by Brom's shield, but again, I really like Formulation's draft. I like their bans. I like their draft overall. Viv have a traditional AD carry with now a Nami, which is not as protective as a Janna. I think that's why Floor is so comfort on Janna, and that's why they pick it so much, is because when you have a Vayne by your side, you want to have a support with you to be able to protect you against these bruisers like the Wukong, like the Fiora, and like the Renekton as well. And this is going to be crazy. But Tyrus goes for his classic Nunu. Yeah, we've seen it before. I think it's honestly a really good pick. We talk about Nunu as like a zone control pick as well, and against the likes of Fiora, Wukong, and Renekton, it's going to be able to create the distance for Kranix to be able to auto attack and just have his free time.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, you're looking at a very, very interesting setup, but it's got a lot of protection for the Vayne. And I think for formulation, you know, it's going to be difficult to get through that front line to the Vayne as easily. So Vayne should be able to relatively swiftly take out things like the Braum, the Renekton and the Wukong. Although I do really like Braum into Vayne, because even if you just land one basic attack, or even if you just land the Winter's Bite or the knock-up, you know, you're looking at a situation where Vayne can get locked down super easily. So lots of single target CC is quite nice for Vayne, especially like sort of like not skill shot orientated CC. So things like the Ruthless Predator on Renekton, the knockup from the Wukong, the stun from the Braum. Like, there are lots of ways that you can handle Vayne here for formulation gaming. However, it's a very Kranix pick, and when the chips are down, Kranix pulls out the big guns, and that's exactly what he's done here for Viv.
I think he said in Champ Select, I think it's like, okay, coach, just get me on an AD carry. Just get me on something that I can carry with, because we saw in the last game, he just wasn't impactful at all on the Ziggs. He couldn't really do too much. He didn't die at all, but he just couldn't really do that much damage, and he wasn't really that impactful. But now we get to see him on this Vayne pick against 3 heavy AD bruisers as well, you know, especially if the likes of Fiora and Wukong are probably going to be building Divine Sundra. Renekton is probably not going to build Divine Sundra, but there's a lot of tanks that Vayne does really, really well into. And now we're going to see it. We see Don on Fiora mid. It's going to be Kamau on the Wukong jungle instead this game.
That's interesting. And that means Don will be back on the mid lane Fiora. And I'd say that out of any of the matchups, Fiora has the best melee into ranged matchup that you can get, realistically. out of the rest of the options that you had. Mostly because Lunge is still the most obnoxious ability in the world. You see they're just going to spy out Tyras in the jungle right now. And you can see there, I mean,
Wow.
Sharks, you have to expect it, right? Like, there's no way that a Fiora just randomly walks into a Lunge and and doesn't expect to get immediately charmed near the tower. But it's a great stun from Don. But you can kind of see why, in general, Fiora is good into these matchups that she shouldn't really be as good into. It's just because she can make that Lunge happen from ridiculous range.
Yeah, I think that's the same with like Irelia as well, is that you can just do so well against these mages because even though that you do have the range advantage, as a mage, when you can just dash on to the mages, that's kind of the weak spot of the mages, that you can't really do that much when someone dies on top of you. I like that UI's gone for the new skin, the new April Fool skin that just came out today. So
cool. I love that skin. It's very cool.
Renekton? Is it Renekton? I think it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. Renekton. Very, very cool skin. So keeping up with the skin game, which is quite nice to see. But now Tyrus has to try and cover in the mid lane, and Floor's also here as well. So just pushing out the mid lane waves, so then Sharks can look to roam around, and they're going to look to try and get this top lane scuttle. But I think it's going to be actually Millup takes away the top scuttle as well. So he got that early priority against UI. He was like, okay, I'm going to go into the jungle. I'm going to go into River Story and take the Rift Scuttler, and they're able to take both Rift Scuttlers away from Kamau. So it's a little bit of a disadvantage early on for him.
So I think that's something you got to be worried about if you're playing Wukong jungle. You generally are relatively weak, and your clear speed isn't as good as a lot of the other junglers in the meta. That's a double bubble from Floor there. Nothing to action on it though. Takes the UI very low. Milup almost takes him down there. Oh, that was close. Milup that's a matchup that Renekton should win really hard as well. So this is a bit rough for Renekton.
I think because Renekton went for a Ruby Crystal first, which you don't really see too much, to be fair. So it doesn't have the extra AD. But like you said, most of the time in the early game as a Renekton, you can just take these small trades against Irelia and then just back off afterwards and just dash away. But Milup just had the early game advantage. He went to take the Rift Scuttler, which gave him a little bit more experience. And he was able to get level 5 and jump onto UI. Both the Baron laners use their summoner spells as well, but I guess it's okay that UI survived in the end. He's only about 100 gold down as well. It's probably going to be coming back with this wave pushing in here for Milup. But yeah, very, very interesting start. And you can see now that the solo lanes of Viv are kind of struggling against Formulation. Tyrus is going to look to go in, but they don't know the rest of Formulation is here.
Oh, they were waiting for them, and the stuns come through. The knockups are there. Tyrus is trying to buy a bit of time, and he gets it with the first blood. Oh! He gets it with an absolutely huge Nunu ultimate. Bought enough time and took down the majority of Formulation gaming there. Fico gets stunned up though, pushed away from Kranix, who is trying to get towards. Oh, the flash from Fico! He wanted to make sure that he secured that, and he buys back a little bit of love for the Formulation gaming roster, who are around 2k gold down now versus Viv.
Yeah, that 3 versus 3 fight in the Baron lane. I thought that was going to be Formulation coming out on top because they set up the bait pretty perfectly there. But like you said, the Nunu ultimate, the crowd control as well. Milup was able to survive that entire time, and a Floor coming in afterwards with all the healing, with the Nami wave as well. And Fekko winning the 1 versus 1 against Kranix. So I think, like I said already, Corki kind of wins out in the early game against Vayne because you kind of need a few items with Vayne beforehand. But that flash by Fekko was so smart. He actually kind of predicted the flash in the end. We're going to see the replay up in this Baron lane, but you can see that Milup was able to survive so long with his second ability, and Tyrus able to combine his third ability with his ultimate. You can see the Nami wave on top of that as well was so clean. But you can see the fight here. It actually started off with Fekko just doing a lot of poke damage to Kranix, and Kranix tried to walk up. Look, it's a cannon minion bait. Kranix tried to take the cannon minion, and in the end, the flash by Fekko here. Oh, it was so good. And Kranix's flashed actually went over the honey fruit, which is absolutely tragic. I hate to see that. He tried to flash to take the honey fruit, but instead flashed over the honey fruit, and he wasn't able to get the extra healing. But really nice 1v1. But now Viv, they're able to take 2 Baron lane towers as well. And even though they lost Cloud Dragon, I think you take that on the side of Viv.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a huge gold input for Viv. After the first game they had, this is a great resurgence in this second game of the series, and they kind of needed this. They need this kind of boost in order to get themselves back on the saddle a little bit. And I think one of the things that I think Viv have got to be a little conscious of is that they're obviously playing towards the Vayne being the ultimate win condition here, and that's the only person that's ever so slightly behind. But Milup is popping off with 5,100 gold, and he's got almost 1.5k lead on UI at this point in time. So he's in a smurfing position, as is Tyra's. Like, Kimao is so far behind on this Wukong jungle. Tyra's has already picked up a massive tank item and also has the stone plate in time for the next team fight. So, you know, the big members of Viv are kind of really ahead at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. Milup showing the... If he doesn't get camped, then he could definitely win the 1v1 against UI. I think in the first game, he was a little bit unfortunate that Kimao was always up in the Baron lane. And speaking of up in the Baron lane, looks like Kimao and Don are going to try and take this Baron lane tower to try and even things up in the tower again. Looks like they are going to take it down the end of Viv. They're not really doing anything to kind of counter this. They're trying to push the mid wave, but it's just 2 versus 2 situation. They're going to try and go down the bot lane, but to be honest, if UI just ulties and just goes in, yeah, he can just clear the wave completely fine.
He's got the redemption coming through here as well. He's going to try and flash away. Milup flashes the wrong way. Milup flashed the wrong way there, and UI gets away with it. Surprisingly enough, though, UI didn't do a huge amount of damage, though. So Kimao just trying to recoup some gold in the mid lane here. Has been given access to lane minions, which he wouldn't usually be able to do. Loads of damage from Fico onto Kranix, though. Kranix have to be a little careful here. He's not able to go toe-to-toe with the Corki just yet.
Yeah, really, really well played by UI just to survive and stop Viv from taking that bot lane tower. So 2 towers to 2 at the moment. Formulation do have the Cloud Dragon, so they're going to be getting that extra movement speed, which to be honest is really, really good for their team comp, especially for, you know, champions like Kamau, UI, and Don that just want to look to engage and go in. The gold lead is still in Viv's favor, though. You know, Milup 1,000 gold ahead, over 1,000 gold ahead. Tyrus as well, over 1,000 gold ahead. Is kind of the gold lead that Viv have at the moment, is kind of on this top side or Baron side of the map. And it looks like Milup will be going for the Divine Sunder as the second item with the Blade of the Rune King as well. And Milup showing Don that, you know, even though it can be a Don pick, they can deny it away from themselves, and Milup can still pick it up for himself and dominate on this champion.
He's doing a great job of it so far as well, still maintaining a healthy lead over the Renekton, yep, who's gone for the Blade of the Ruin King. Like we said, picked up the Ruby Crystal early on, but that's obviously going to go towards a Black Cleaver. Guess we're getting towards Kimao looking for a Divine Sunderer, but he's a little ways off that just yet. The next Rift Herald spawning. Tyra's in a great spot, nearly level 10, really strong on this Nunu for the time being. And I don't know if it's going to be easy enough for Formulation Gaming to contest this if they want to. That's a really big engage coming out from Kimao for the time being, but he just gets immediately taken down. That was a very silly place to go in by yourself. And you can see in the meantime, Fico on the side lane completely by himself. That was a really nicely timed riposte coming out from Dom. But they can't follow up on the fight as the Aurelia just manages to slow them down. Who picked up? Was that a secure by Tyra's there on the Rift Herald?
I'm not too sure. I think it was. I think he used his ultimate and his smite, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to check and see if he did pick it up or not, because we can't actually see him on the minimap. But I guess he did. Can we see his purple hands? We can see his purple hands. Yeah.
He picked it up, so it's nice. Good win for Viv there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 1 for 1 in the end, but Vivek being able to take the Rift Herald. To be honest, they could just use this Rift Herald mid lane, break the mid lane tower, and use that pressure of the Rift Herald to take the Mountain Dragon, but maybe they feel like they don't need it. It looks like Formulation just going to give up this dragon completely. Mountain Dragon, not really the strongest and most contested dragon, to be fair, so not really surprised that Formulation were like, okay, we don't want to take any more risks at the moment, because they're kind of falling behind longer, you know, more and more this game, and especially against the Vayne as well. We're going to see that team fight again. Kimao again going in by himself on this Wukong, kind of same with Milup, and just seeing that you can't really do too much. And it was Tyrus in the end picking up the Rift Herald, but like I said, great riposte, but also a great flash as well by Tyrus to deny the stun, I believe, that could have come out from Don. So well played by both teams on either side, and honestly this is a very, very close game compared to the previous kind of domination, really. You can see Veko going for the Manimune build into Storm Razor. I think this is the more general build. Sometimes you see Essence Reaver into Storm Razor, but I think this is the more general one because you just want to spam as much abilities as you can, and Manimune helps with the scaling of Corki as well. And Storm Razor overall is just a great item. It looks like Kranix is also going to go for the Storm Razor again. Kind of a normal build now on Vayne. You go, Blade Rune King into Storm Razor because Solari Charge Blade doesn't give you that extra 50% crit anymore, and it isn't really used as like an early game item. So you'll probably be seeing Blade Rune King into Storm Razor, maybe into like Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge as well. Maybe looking for like a Storm Razor last item, or even Wit's End could be good.
Yeah, I think Wit's End definitely featuring because that's a really strong item for Vayne in general. Storm Razor makes a lot of sense though. It actually plays very much into what Vayne wants to do. Gives that little energized slow, which enables her to chase down a specific target. So, yeah, I think Storm Razor in general, you're seeing the power of a single item and how it can completely shift the meta in 3.1. And that's exactly what Storm Razor has done. Now it got that added little buff. It's going to be an attempted engage as Floor is forced to flash away. Tyrus is on the wrong side of the pit right now, and it'll be UI that gets dropped over with that blast cone. He'll try to get away here, but here comes Miloop. There will be an aggressive redemption to try and allow that engage to come through, but it won't quite happen.
Bit of a scrappy fight, to be fair. It was a little bit back and forth. Both teams are completely split. For formulation, going to use this and be like, okay, we're just going to take mid lane tower. And Viv, even though they have the gold lead, it seems like they're kind of losing control a little bit of the map, but saying that Miller should be able to, oh no, he's not going to be able to take the Baron lane, the Dura lane tower as well. So if they're going to look to try and use this Rift Herald, yeah, they're just going to break the mid lane tower. You don't even need to auto attack it at all. You don't need to take any risks. You should be able to take this unless the Rift Herald dies. Great bubble though. Oh, it didn't charge.
Wait, it didn't charge? Oh my gosh, that was an absolutely insane bubble. And it didn't even charge. And now they're desperate to make something happen here. Another really good bubble as a follow-up. The engage could come through as Tyrese is on the front line. He's forced to flash away. The clone will drop, and I think Formulation just be very happy they got out of that one without losing any lives.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pick up any kills, Viv, but they're going to take the mid lane tower, which I think was the main purpose of why they were all grouped in mid lane anyway. The Rift Herald didn't charge, but they were able to brute force their way and take that mid lane tower. Divine Sunderers galore across the builds at the moment for Fiora, for Wukong as well, and also for Millip on this Irelia. Then you're probably going to be seeing Death Stances again across the board as well. No surprises really, kind of the normal builds that we got that we seem to see now on Bruisers. Looks like Fekko might be going towards the Infinity Edge as the third item, and then might look for a Solari Charge Blade third or fourth or fifth item. Because Solari Charge Blade is still a good item, but because it doesn't give you that extra 50% crit, but it does deal more damage, and it also the extra damage, the extra magic damage that you get after using an ability can crit now. So you mainly want to use it as like this late game item. But now the next dragon is going to be up. It's going to be Ocean Dragon, which I think is a huge dragon for both teams. Getting the extra magical and physical vamp could be really, really helpful for Ari, for Vayne as well, and even for Miller. And then on the other side as well, when you have 3 bruisers from formulation, they're going to be doing really... they're going to love an Ocean Dragon, especially because they already have the Cloud Dragon on top of that. But Tyra's going to go in. I think we're going to get a team fight around this dragon.
They absolutely are, and you can see they are going straight in on top of this redemption. That's a great wave, and there's a nice stasis to buy some time. There's a nice knock-up from Kimau, but they need to see the follow-up now because he's already in stasis. That'll be Tyrus buying some time on the front line. The package used defensively, but he's not getting shut down. He will, though, by Miloop. He's still going. He gets stunned up, and actually Viv are absolutely on top here as Miloop gets a triple kill. Kimau forced out, and they have the Baron on the cards and an inhibitor tower on the top side of the map that they could take.
Oh, wow. I honestly thought that was going to go in Formulation's favor, but in the end, Millip in the backline just absolutely destroying Fekko on the Corki. The package, like you said, was used defensively, and I think that was actually kind of a downside. I feel like if Fekko uses package offensively, you see Millip didn't have an ultimate, the Nami wave wasn't really that good, and the re-engage by Formulation was so good. Kimau on top of the Bronze ulti as well. But you see, this ultimate from the package, from Fekko was just used defensively, but Millip was still able to just jump onto the backline, which just allowed him to just dash away, keep getting the resets on the first ability, and a triple kill for Millip as well. He's been absolutely destroying this game. He destroyed UI in the Baron lane. He got that gold lead, and now he's using that gold lead in these team fights to give Viv that advantage.
Well, Viv are in the driving seat here in the second game of the series. definitely coming back against Formulation Gaming. This is such a swing series. We really thought the Formulation were just in complete control, and they looked like untouchable based on their first game. But now it is Viv with the comfort of Kranix on his vein, and honestly, Tyras. When Tyras is comfortable, Viv look comfortable. You know, when he's on a champion that he knows his limits on, doesn't require like a ridiculous mechanical prowess to make work. You can see Keemao tries to make the engage happen here, as we can see that Milup is on the other side of the map, but I mean, Keemao's just getting chunked. This Wukong jungle is one of the problems. You just can't get the gold necessary to really be useful in these teamfight situations.
Yeah, like you said, the jungle clear is not really there, but they're going to look to go in, and they could end the game right here.
I think they might be ending the game. They've at least taken one member down, which is UI, who's had a pretty rough game in a matchup that he really should have won. And you can see now they're going on to the second inhibitor tower. Looks like Formulation will get pushed to a third game in this series as they drop 2 inhibitor towers, but then immediately look for the retreat here.
Yeah, they're going to go back for now. I think they're just going to look to reset, spend the gold that they got from the kill and also from the 2 inhibitor towers. And then all they need to do now is really push this Baron lane. But you see UI got completely caught here. Nothing really you could do as a Renekton, because you're still quite squishy with Renekton. You're not going for like the Divine Sundry. You're going Blade Rune King plus Black Cleaver. So it's not really a tanky bruiser that we see in, you know, for the likes of like Wukong, for example, and Fiora. But yeah, like you said, you know, Wukong hasn't been having a good time at all this game. I think he got put behind already in the early game by not taking any of the Scuttle Crabs because his jungle clear is very, very slow. He's been kind of nerfed a few times in the jungle as well, because it looks like the Riot kind of wants Wukong to go more into the Baron lane, which I think is his favorable role. But look at this huge minion wave as well in the Baron lane, honestly. And Milup's just going in. He's playing with absolute fire right now. They're just going to take this third inhibitor. Look at that. It's like 5 cannon minions there.
I think he's just, you know, feeling absolutely gassed from his early laning phase as well. Like, just popped off versus a Renekton in lane, which was pretty insane, honestly. I think UI definitely got taken to the cleaners, though I will say that there was that counter gank that really kind of set the game up for Milup, where Tyras is able to get a really, really huge ultimate off that I think really put Formulation Gaming a little further behind than they wanted to be. Formulation are now staring down a 9k gold disadvantage right now. And they have both the Elder Infernal and the Baron spawning in the next sort of 35, 40 seconds, which is going to be 2 objectives that they need to contest. And if they don't contest them, they probably lose the game. So it feels like a bit of an end game scenario right now for Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, it's kind of a be-all and end-all really for Formulation, especially in this game. But Tyras could be caught out here, but he's so tanky.
He's really tanky, but he is getting taken low. He's going to buy some time. Look at that shield, man. Look at how big that shield is on Tyras, and he cannot get taken down for the life of him. The charm comes through. We have an untouched Vayne frontlining here as Viv, like, confidently waltz their way down that mid lane. They didn't even need Milup in this fight. Milup is going to flush in. Actually just misses his ultimate, but it's all for style points at the end of the day. And they are going to then push in onto that Nexus, and Viv will be taking us to a game 3 in this series, which really didn't look like it was going to be the case here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think after the first game, I think we were all shocked, but this is a Viv that we know. You know, Kranix on an AD carry, Nunu on Tyras as well, just the comfort picks for Viv, which we didn't really see in the first game. We saw, like, you know, Ziggs, Galio, all these champions that we don't really want Viv to prioritize, but you get Viv on his comfort champions, and Tyras in the end as well was so tanky on this Nunu. But I think, as you mentioned, the kind of counter gank here from Floor up in this Baron lane with the bubble and the Nami wave as well kind of set up Viv to steamroll this game. And to be honest, I love seeing Kranix on an AD carry, you know, seeing him back on his vein, seeing back on a champion that we know he can play, we know that he can do so well on. And I think, like you said as well, Excalibur, I think when Tyras is on a pick that he's comfortable with, and he's not really on a champion that he needs to engage and really do too much, he could just be that zone control, he could just be that frontline tank that Nunu does. You can see through all these team fights, he was just able to use his ultimate. He was able to survive so long. You can see here how long he survived, actually. If you watch Kranix that entire time, not Kranix, sorry, Tyras, he survived throughout the entire team fight when he was getting focused on. And it showed as well in that last team fight when he was getting focused on completely in the mid lane, when he was caught out by himself. Stone play on top of the ultimate on top. You can see here as well. Here's the replay. stone plate on top of his ultimate. Look at all that shielding. I think the Nami bubble, I think Flora on Nami as well also had a great performance. It's really nice to see, and I'm excited we get a game number 3.
I'm really excited for game number 3. It's going to showcase really the best of these two teams. Both teams now have one game to get to Barcelona. That is the most important outcome of this game. You win this, you are going to Barcelona. It doesn't matter what happens realistically in your next game after that. You're secured. You're at those live finals. And so both teams will be coming in extremely nervous in the second game. Viv absolutely turned this game on its head in this second game of the series, and they are certainly looking more comfortable. And what I think is important is Sharks is on a super comfortable pick. Tyra's got something that was able to fit the vein for Kranix really well, and Milup just kind of smurfed it on an Irelia in a matchup that actually shouldn't be Irelia favored. So just a great game overall. You can see that Fico, well, look at the damage that Fico did, man. That was a 23k
Look at the damage on Viv. It's really surprising, actually. Kranix didn't even really do that much damage. It's actually Sharks doing most damage.
I mean,
Tyra's really
Vayne doesn't really like. Vayne comes in and just one-shots you, and then you're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, true. That is very, very true, to be fair. But very, very balanced damage across the board. Even Floor did a lot of damage that game as well, the Nami, surprisingly. But yeah, very, very back and forth early game, but Viv in the end just able to extend that goal lead throughout the entire game, and they played really, really well, especially with a comp that they have as well. When you're on a Vayne on a late game scaling pick as well, Irelia also scales well into late game, and when you have these comfort champions like you said from Viv, that's really where they come online now. So third and final game, Excalibur, it's gonna be an exciting one to see how these teams are going to adapt.
Let's have a look at the play of the game before we go to a break here, Stu, and we can kind of see what the most impactful moment of this one was.
Yeah, it's going to be the team fight around that Ocean Dragon, which I think kind of secured the game really for Viv. And it started off with Viv actually not having the best of engages. It's actually a really nice counter engage from Kimau and also from the Brom. And it just shows that if you look at Milup here in the backline, he's able to dash in onto the Corki, even on top of the package as well. Just has all the physical vamp from the Blade Rune King, has the Divine Sunderer as well. And he's just able to heal up so much from the Divine Sunderer because, the first ability of Irelia can proc the Divine Sunderer. You can get all the extra healing, and when you can keep getting the resets on the first ability, you can keep auto attacking as well with the physical vamp from Blade Rune King. It just shows that Irelia is a very, very strong pick, and I think that's going to be a pick that's going to be very interesting coming into the third game. Will Formulation prioritize the Irelia now to get a comfort pick for Don, even though he's looked really, really strong on the Fiora in this series, or will it just be banned away completely? I'm really, really excited.
I'm super excited, and of course you mentioned we've got one more game in this series to go. Third and final game. Who goes to Barcelona? It's a best of one between Viv and Formulation. We'll find out after the break.
Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself there.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me?
Welcome back to the WREC last chance qualifiers. We are heading into our last game of the day, guaranteed last game of the day, as we have one more here between Formulation Gaming and Viv Esports. It is all on the line to see who goes to Barcelona, and I think both teams are absolutely itching and getting ready to go here, Stu. It's been a close series, two relatively dominant games from both sides, realistically.
Yeah, we've seen both sides of both teams, really. You know, we've seen the good side of it and the bad side. We'll see the good side and the bad side of Formulation. So it just comes down to third and final game now to see how the teams have adapted in this series and what new picks are going to be coming out as well, because we've seen some relatively new picks and some comfort picks as well for Viv. But I think Viv are definitely going to look to try and get them comfort picks going into game number 3.
Yeah, the comfort picks clearly worked out for them super well. So I think they'll probably be looking to do the same thing coming into this. But look, we are heading into the final game, and of course on the sidelines we've had our boys Hells chilling, waiting to see what his input needs to be, what his wise coaching words for both teams heading into this third game. So Hells has got his key points ready to go. We're going to hear from him.
Indeed. And the first thing that I have to say, Viv Esports had some great rotations early game. We saw that very early kill where they went 3-0, right? That was such an amazing rotation, and especially from Fluor, by the way. I want to highlight Fluor on the Nami. He came in as the support and basically won them the team fight. But then the next point, which is going to be my main point, is Tyrus. Okay, I'm gonna say a lot of things about him. The front lining was amazing, okay? But he did much more. He dealt massive damage. He had massive CC with the Nunu. He was buying his team so much time with his ultimate. He was flashing away every single time right before death. His first ability constantly healed him up. He was smiting jungle camps during a team fight. And he was using a stone plate. This man was unkillable. And to add to that, Viv Esports just had the perfect composition against Formulation Gaming, right? Like if you look at Tyrus on the Nunu, he just went full armor. He became unkillable in the late game, but not only Tyrus, also Millip on the Aurelia. He went for the new Death Stance, which gives you 40 armor and resets, right? Like it saves your HP when you get the kills, which Millip was able to get during the fights. And then also the Divine Sunderer against that very tanky composition. So amazing draft and amazing execution from Viv Esports. So let's see how they do it in the third and last games of this series. So back to Stuart and Excondo to get us into it.
Thank you so much, Hells. I can clearly see that Hells is as ramped up and as hyped as we are for this final game of the series. It was like lightning bullets coming out of his mouth. It's got lots on the line, and you mentioned, I think Tyrus had a really good game. I think, like I said in the game, when Tyrus has a good game, I feel like Viv in general have a good game. But it's now up to you, Twitch chat and whatever chat you're in. Who's going to win? It is a voting time. Let us know your favorites to take this series and make their way to Barcelona for the WREC Live Finals. Stu, if you had to bet on someone now, who would it be?
That's a tough one. I think you're definitely putting me under a bit of pressure.
I need an answer. I'm not taking no. I need an answer.
I think I'm going to go for Viv.
Okay.
I think they're going to have the momentum in this game. I think they're going to have a different priority because I believe Formulation are back on the blue side. Yeah, I mean red side. That means that Viv are going to have that first pick priority, but I think they're going to change up from the first game now. And now Viv have kind of that flexibility with the bans as well. They can ban out some of the champions that maybe they don't want to deal with for Formulation. So I think Viv are going to have a slight edge, but honestly, it's so close to call. It's so hard.
Yeah, and I think they probably have learned their lesson from the first draft. The one thing that you need to remember is that obviously the bans do change up, and the way that you prioritize bans change up a little bit. So you're going to see, again, Viv just kind of going for some more of these targeted bans like Zawa's Rakan. You're going to see the Gragas taken away. Interesting that Camille is being sort of so heavily focused in by Formulation. I believe that's probably something that Millip is pretty comfortable playing. So the Camille is getting taken away. The set goes off as well. So Viv working with the ban strategy that worked with them before. They aren't going to change anything up yet.
I mean, I'm really interested why Viv are banning away Gragas, because Sharks is so strong on Gragas. We've seen him play it so many times. It's kind of like his comfort pick, but instead they're looking to ban it away. So looking for something else as a first pick priority. I don't think it's going to be a Ziggs this time. Will the Fiora be open? I don't really feel like Viv are really a Fiora team though. That's kind of the problem really. They could look to try and pick it away, or maybe just pick the Irelia. Irelia could also be an interesting one, but interesting, a formulation ban away the RE, so just denying the champion pool from Sharks, which might mean that we might be seeing a Sharks priority. But to be fair, I've seen him play Gragas and Ari, but after that, I'm not really too sure what else he's been picking too much.
I wonder if his first, I wonder if his first pick Irelia time, because obviously you're blue side, and Irelia worked so well for Miloop last time round. He's going to get his hands on that, and again, denies from Don. Can't question it. I didn't think it was a great strategy last time round, but can't question it because it worked so well for Viv in the previous game. Just need to see that happen again. Now, formulation, they're probably wondering whether Fiora is worth it for them. Like, you know, Fiora, is it going to work for this? I think Don has had some good performances on Fiora, but I think the way that they're going, they're drafting these. Oh, the Olaf's left open. That's a great one to start off with. The way that they've drafted has kind of left them like always going down a 2 melee solo lane route, which I think sometimes. Sorry,
bless you.
I've got a bit of a cold right now, and I just a huge sneeze. Yeah, it kind of limits them. I think when you have a double solo lane, I think it kind of has a limit, and they. You sometimes miss out on that mage a little bit, which I think can help team fights overall. But the Ziggs will get locked in here. It was banned, I think, on the previous game. So that's going to get locked in for formulation gaming.
Yeah, interesting. Formulation are the ones that are going to be prioritizing the Ziggs instead, which means that they're looking to go for like this triple bruiser top side of the map, potentially trying to pick up Lulu as well. Now, the interesting thing is does Floor just pick away the Lulu here? Because Olaf is still such a really strong combo. Obviously, Yumi's currently disabled, so that can't be away. And there we go, more comfort picks. Now this could potentially be a Lulu for Viv, which makes things really, really interesting. Because now, do you pick Lulu on the side of Viv? It doesn't, it not only takes it away, but it also works really, really well with Vayne. Or do you pick away another bruiser, heavy AD bruiser that can maybe potentially be taken away, like the Fiora or someone else as well. But formulation, I think, are going to look for Lulu with Olaf. So I think Lulu might be the final pick here for Viv.
Yeah, I think Lulu Vayne's obviously great, but the problem is, the problem with Lulu is I think you lose the lane really hard to Ziggs if you go Lulu Vayne. So I think you have to be really careful about the fact that you're going to get starved so heavily if you have to pick Lulu at this point. And I think whilst Lulu Olaf is definitely a threat, you can probably think about ways of mitigating it. It's not the be-all and end-all of this draft. And I think Lulu in general is a good support, but has to be picked in the right circumstances. And it's not just a simple case of like, I pick Jinx, I pick Vayne, must pick Lulu. It's about what it offers. And they're going to go for the Leona here, because I believe they're really just very concerned with that single target CC and locking down things like the Vayne or the Irelia. But it's looking like a strong draft from formulation. And with the Leona getting locked in, means they've got a lot of engaged potential and a lot of ways for Olaf to follow up and kind of find those targets.
I think engage is the key for both teams here. You've got an assassin on one side with the Akali. You've got Miloop that wants to jump in as well into Aurelia. They're going to try and jump on the Ziggs in the backline. But on the other side, you've got either UI or maybe Kamau on the Olaf being able to jump forward. You've got Leona that wants to engage as well. So both teams just want to dive in. They want to engage completely onto the backlines of both teams. With that Ziggs and the Vayne being on the backline, like I said, Vayne's going to have a little bit of a struggle lane phase against Ziggs, unless it's a mid lane Ziggs. But I highly doubt it's really a Don pick, to be fair. But again, formulation banning away the Janna, very, very clever, because like I said before, most of the time you're going to be seeing Janna paired with Vayne, and also Na'Vi being banned away as well. Interesting. So denying the champion pool from Floor, which just kind of sets up really perfectly for a Lulu, even though I don't think Lulu is going to be a good pick, because I think there's just going to be so many bruisers that formulation going to bring out, and you especially when you have an Olaf running towards you, a Leona that can knock you down as well, and Ziggs in the backline doing so much damage. But when Janna and Nami are kind of off the board, who else do you really have as like a enchanter to buff this Vayne, unless you just completely skip out the enchanter in general?
I think you're right, and I think the problem with Lulu is that it's a really bad pick into Leona, because Leona just can find so many engaged potentials. But it's going to be the Fiora that comes banned again.
Through. Another
pick.
Yeah.
So I almost problem. Just my eyes are just not registering them literally on top of each other. We'll have to wait to see what that pick is going to be here. Obviously, the Jace comes through here from Formulation Gaming, so I'm imagining that is for likely Kemal. No, Kemal's jungle, Olaf. So maybe probably Don, I think, at this point in time, but we'll have to see. We'll wait until the draft gets fixed up and we can see exactly what's been picked.
Yeah, no Don for, I mean, no, I was going to say no Don for Irelia. No Irelia for Don and no Camille. Not sorry, Camille. God, I'm losing my words here. No Fiora and no Irelia for Don. So it looks like he's going to be going back onto the Jace. Like I said before, I think Jace has kind of fallen out of the meta really because he doesn't really work too well with any of the new items like Divine Sunderer or anything like that. You kind of more go for lethality build, which doesn't really do too well when you have these beefy frontline bruisers that have Divine Sunderer because it's so hard to really burst them down. Yeah, Viv just
this is not the draft because
yeah, this is definitely not the draft.
That's a mental draft if that's the case, but nonetheless,
I'm not too sure if Lulu. I don't know if Lulu's supposed to be on the other side.
Yeah,
I instead think that Viv picked Lulu instead, but now we have double Jace, we have double Fiora, we've got double of everything. It's like the old classic double Shen.
WTF, two Shens? Like, yeah,
exactly. The classic.
Hopefully we won't have to redo the whole draft again and we can kind of see what happens when we get into game because we were basically at the end. But yeah, I think there are a couple of picks there at the end that we were just waiting to kind of get clarification on. I think Lulu being picked up clearly going to go towards the side of, I would say, Vayne, but as you mentioned, it depends on the draft. I think Lulu Vayne's still, relatively good in all circumstances. So, you're just going to be careful how you play the laning phase versus a Leona, I would say, Stu.
Yeah, you need to play very, very safe against the Leona and especially against the Ziggs as well, because when you can combo the Leona ultimate and also the Ziggs ultimate on top of that as well, it's going to be really, really hard for them in the laning phase to kind of struggle. But it still scales up really, really well. The Vayne and Lulu still scale up really, really well into late game. So we'll have to see what the final picks were going to be, as it looks like we're going to be jumping straight into game.
I think it was Lulu for Viv. And it was Xin Zhao for Formulation Gaming. So Xin Zhao for Kemal coming back in, which is a really good pick for him in the first game. I think something he was clearly very comfortable on and something that's really good in the Divine Sunderer meta as well. So we'll be able to talk a bit more about the comps once we get into game, Stu. Once we can kind of see where all of those picks have landed and exactly how these comps are going to play out. It'll be cool to discuss what we think the win conditions will end up being as we're heading into the final game of the series. Barcelona place on the line. Viv versus Formulation, and it is Don on the Jace. It is going to be a Xin Zhao jungle with UI playing lane Olaf top, which is something that usually only gets pulled out in very specific circumstances, or if you're Adam from Fnatic in the not Fnatic anymore, BDS in the LEC team. It will be Vayne, Lulu, bot, Shargs is going to be on the area this time around, with Lulu on the Akali, and my least favorite jungler in the world is Riven, which is going over to Karen.
Yeah, so the other pick for Viv was the Riven, so not really a Tyrus pick, to be honest with you. Not really this tank that we would like to see Tyrus on, like a Vi or anyone like that. But yeah, I don't really see Sharks playing too much Akali, so not really surprised that Millip is on the Akali instead. I think we've seen Millip do really, really well on Akali, but I think he's going to be having a really, really tough time against UI on this Olaf, because Olaf could just keep running towards you, keep doing so much damage with his axes that he can keep picking up with his true damage as well. You can see Millip is having a little bit of a hard time already, even though UI is running out of mana, so he can't really be using his abilities too much. But yeah, Feko on Ziggs, so it's an interesting one. I mean, if you look at Kemal on this Xin Zhao pick again, I think it's quite a decent pick because it stops the damage from Kranix. He has to go like really, really close in his ultimate. And also, again, it stops the engage from the likes of Millip. You can knock Millip out of his shroud. You can knock Tyrus away and Shargs away, and as I said before, I think Xin Zhao at the moment, I think like you said as well, with the Divine Sunderer, with the Black Cleaver at the moment, can be so tanky, but Shark is having a difficult time, but the rest of Viv are here, and Don is actually the one in trouble, but look at this, rotations across the map, it's all to do with the mid lane, and Sharks needs to be a little bit careful, but should be able to get away to safely.
Sharks struggling in this matchup. It is a tough matchup for Irelia, if you can't find your moments to get in on the Jace. But he hasn't died, and that's the main thing. Also noticing that it's a bit of a tough one for Flora and Kranix. We did mention that the Lulu is a rough matchup into the It's a rough matchup into the Leona, so you have to be very careful about your positioning, and we expected the Ziggs and Leona to dominate this matchup from the very get-go. Twitch chat is pretty confident in Viv. They are 73% confident to be exact. I think with the Tyra's Riven jungle, I'm not entirely sold, and I think Formulation have certainly come out swinging at the very start of this game. Let's see how it pans out, though. Got a lot to play for, as we mentioned. Both teams will be on edge, not willing to take any major risks.
Yeah, you don't want to take any risks, as like you said, you can book your with this win, this final game. If you do win this, you do beat your ticket to Barcelona, whether it's the play-ins or the main stage of Barcelona. So, it's pretty huge for both these teams coming into this. I think coming into the tournament in general, we didn't really think that Viv and Formulation would be up there as the teams go into to Barcelona, but they both performed really, really well, and they both proven that they can definitely be up there and contest with some of the best, because Viv took games against Game Lord, Formulation even took down Team Queso. So it's nice to see the players and teams that we don't really expect too much from are coming in and proving themselves to be something that we're not really expecting.
I think I'm looking towards Kimau to be a driver here. The top side of the map with UI on the Olaf and Kimau on the Xin Zhao. These are going to be like two really strong early game picks that should be really well functioning around these neutral objectives. Floor is just attempting to be a bit of a nuisance around the Rift Herald, doing a lot of rotating and roaming right now. Kranix is obviously going to be the focal point here for Viv. Needs to be on his absolute A game on this Vayne, but he's a little behind at the moment. Just a little behind. No one else really getting major advantages. Like I said, probably looking at a game where you're expecting a very, very, very calm and calculated approach to fights and how you want to take them, because a single mistake could potentially cost you a place in Barcelona.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like you said already, kind of all eyes are going to be on Kranix in this game to see if he's able to stay alive, because it's going to be quite hard when you got, UI jumping onto you. You got the Leona as well. That can be really, really difficult to deal with. And Miller had to flash away there from UI, used his Ignite as well to kind of stop the healing from Olaf. But that's going to be a free dragon over to the side of Viv. And to be honest, Formulation are a bit slow on this Rift Herald, but it looks like they'll be able to take it in time anyway, just using the eye on the back of the Herald to just deal that little bit of extra damage. And it's just going to be a trade of objectives for now. And UI's having a pretty nice time at the moment in this Baron lane against Millip. As expected, really, Akali doesn't really do too well in the early laning phases. You have to kind of get a few items and get into the team fights when you can look to assassinate the backline. Interesting enough, Zawa's gone for Spooky Ghosts, as we like to call it, even though it's called Shadows. It's still called Spooky Ghosts in my eyes. Interesting, to be fair. I think just trying to get the slows to try and combo the crowd control and combo the ultimate, I would expect. But most of the time, I might be mistaken, but most of the time, I think Stoneplate is just the better option, especially when you're diving in.
I think also, look, let me put it from this perspective. I think Spooky Ghosts, in this instance, is specifically going to be used to try and limit Vayne's movement wherever possible. So I think for Zawa, like, if you can land a Spooky Ghost on Vayne in the right scenario, like, it makes Vayne that much easier to lock down. And does it grant vision of the target as well?
I was about to say the same thing. I'm not too sure if it actually grants vision of like Akali as well, which might be another reason. But they're going straight in, and Sharks is dead.
He's just dead. They found the opportunity, they waited, and they locked him down. Sharks has not had the performance that he maybe would have wanted on the Aurelia. And Kimau gets away with this too. I think with the Ziggs, they're going to pick up 2 kills and first turret of the game with absolute ease. Formulation Gaming, they build up a 3.5 gold lead, 3.5k gold lead off the back of nothing.
Just like that, 4,000, 3,500 gold lead, and Viv can't really get much from this. They're actually going to look to try and push in the second tower. I don't think they're going to stay here, but they're going to get a second charge anyway, which is still huge because it's still an extra 3 turret plates going over to the side, or 2 turret plates, sorry, going over to the side of Formulation. So that's a lot of gold that Formulation have just got now. We saw in the first game when Formulation could get that early game lead, and honestly, it was really, really well played by Kimau and Zawa, just going through the jungle of Viv, and Sharks did not expect them to be there at all. And you can see the lockdown of Zawa when you can use the ultimate, combo that with all your other CC abilities. The chain CC on top of the damage by Kimau as well was easily able to burst down Sharks. And one step ahead now, Formulation. They're going to look to try and accelerate this goal lead now and try and close out this game, but with Kranix in the mid lane farming up, it's still going to be a little bit difficult.
You see that I think they need to wait a little longer for Kranix to have like 2 to 3 items before they can really start to contest effectively. I think when you've given such a nice lead over to your Xin Zhao and over to your Jace, this is going to be a point in the game that's going to be quite difficult for Viv to kind of negotiate. I don't really think they have any picks that play particularly well from behind. You know, like Riven, Irelia, and Akali all play awfully when they're in, a situation that's behind the curve. And I think Riven especially, I've never been super convinced about Riven jungle in competitive. I just think it's too high risk, too high risk reward essentially, and the reward isn't even that much of a payoff compared to what other junglers could provide you anyway. So I think it's an interesting one where we are right now, and I just think that Viv, unfortunately, even off the back of a single mistake like that, they're staring down a situation where they might not be able to recoup. That was just insane. I was about to start talking about it, but it just happened before it was done. And that is just a quick takedown of Miloop. The spooky ghosts were used, so that indicates to me that they do have the ability to reveal targets, which is why Zara has picked this up.
Yeah, it's very, very clever, to be fair, if it can reveal targets. And again, look, they're just going to catch up Viv off guard. Unfortunately, the can't remember the name of Leona's third ability. It's completely lost their head. Anyway, Leona's Zenith Blade, that's the one. I knew I was going to try and get it eventually. But yeah, Zenith Blade's unfortunately missed there. But Viv are just slow, really, to be honest with you. And formulation,
they're falling apart right now. They picked ultra high risk reward champions like Vayne, Irelia, Akali, and Riven. They're all very high risk reward champions. And they picked them, and they have no backup plan when they get behind. And right now they're behind. They took out the first kill here. Kimao by himself does get locked up. That's a good start for Viv off this fight, but they have got to chase away the rest of Formulation Gaming. That was a attempted buying time move from the Riven there, from Tyrus, to allow his team a bit more chance to get away. Why you don't want this fight, guys? You don't just accept that you got the dragon and you got out right there. You do not want this fight. If you have to give it mid lane tier 1, you have to give it mid lane tier 1 in this scenario. You're all such low HP. This is so risky. You can see the exhaust comes through. There is the ultimate. We're just waiting for Don to go in. Don goes in. He's going to try and find Kranix, and he gets it. This was such a mistake to stay around the tier 1, and they got punished for it as well. Formulation Gaming rightly put their foot down, with Viv honestly taking the mickey around that mid lane tier 1.
I feel like they're just disrespecting Formulation, really, to be honest with you. I mean, the initial engage here was a little bit of an overextension, really, by UI and Kamau, because the rest of the team was not really there to follow up. But to be honest, they just did enough damage. Don was able to kill Tyrus here. He wasn't able to do anything. You can see the poke damage from both Ziggs and Jace. You know, Viv tried to do this in game number 1, and they didn't really work out for them. It seems to be working wonders here. But yeah, like you said, you know, during this play, Viv just have to back off here. Look how low they all are. They're just taking poke damage after poke damage. Zawa is still 4 HP. Don's still 4 HP. You can see how much damage he's able to do. The exhaust comes down. The ultimate comes down from Zawa as well. The engage. And when you're full health, when you're Don and Zawa, you're full health, you're like, okay, I'll take the 1 HP Vayne and Irelia that's in my face, and I'll just take 3 kills. And that's basically what it was in the end. It was 3 kills. They didn't take the mid lane tower, but it kills the kill at the end of the game. There's going to be more gold now going over to Formulation. And to be honest, even though they're down by 2 dragons, you know, Formulation, 2 towers, with about 7,000 gold lead already, 11 minutes in the game. And it's still going to take a long time for Akali and Vayne to come online, really.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, Vayne just picked up her Storm Razor, and it might look like she's heading towards a good spot in the game, but she's yet to even upgrade her boots and buy boots enchant. So, you know, great that the Storm Razor's there, but still need a bit of time before Vayne really comes online in this game. And actually, movement speed is important to Vayne in teamfight situations, so the boots are a relatively important upgrade for Vayne overall. You also got to look at the fact there is basically, or there was previously, a nearly 2,000 gold lead for Kimao in the jungle on this Xin Zhao, very far ahead of his opposite number, who's working towards a Divine Sunderer Riven, I believe, at this point in time, which is something that a lot of Riven players have started to open up. It's another a build that I think works quite nicely. Like, Riven does use a lot of abilities. She's an ability caster, so therefore the Sheen passive makes sense, but never wanted things like the attack speed that you got from the Trinity Force. That's why Divine Sunderer is a really nice little addition to Riven's build.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You know, being able to be that little bit extra tankiness as well. But
there's an engage coming in. It's a great counter engage from Zawa, and the rest of Formulation Gaming are just chasing them down. They get the knock up on to Viv, and that's going to be an attempted takeout by Milup, who just gets obliterated on the backline. Don is just too far ahead, and we're looking at an inhibitor tower for sure here. 4 kills for 1 on the side of Formulation, with a massive team advantage around the inhibitor tower. They could potentially look to end the game here with a charge from the from the Rift Herald as well. We've got 10 seconds until this is up. They're going to go for it. This is Rift Herald to end the game and get it to Barcelona. Formulation Gaming knock out Viv, and they will book their place at the live finals of the WREC.
Game 1 and Game 3 was just one team fight for Formulation. That game ended in just over 12 minutes. That has to be one of the quickest games I think I've seen in Wild Rift. It's absolutely mental, and it just shows one little mistake, and I don't think it was just one real mistake here by Viv. I think it was multiple mistakes throughout the entirety of this third game, but one little mistake in Wild Rift with the Rift Herald up, with Zig's satchel charge as well, with how much damage Jace can do to towers with his second ability as well. And wow, Formulation honestly shocked all of us. Completely shocked all of us, I think, because we were expecting Viv to come into this. I think they had a really, really strong performance throughout the whole of the WREC in the main tournament. But Formulation here just showing that they're people to deal with. They're people to deal with as well. They don't want to be talked down, I guess you can say, in a way, but we definitely won't be talking them down now, because we'll be able to see them in Barcelona, and they're going to be playing off against WREC next week to see who will lock in that main stage, the main tournament bracket, or if they're going to be playing in the play-in. So WREC against Formulation is going to be a very exciting game now, and this was it. This was the last team fight. This game was so quick, and it just turned into just complete disaster, really, for Viv.
Yeah, I think realistically, Viv, I mean, the comp was just bad. It was just really bad. Like, I don't usually like to say things that are so outright and so definitive, but that comp was just bad. Like, you have Akali, Riven, Irelia, and Vayne. Like, they are really high risk, really high reward champions that you haven't given yourself any breathing room for if things go wrong in the middle of a competitive game. You're going up against super strong early game of Olaf Zinja, which proved to be massive. You have the early game of Leona. And all of this team sucks versus CC, and there's plenty of CC on the side of Formulation. So it's sort of like not ideal, in my opinion, for Viv to try and take this kind of risky draft in the final game of the series. I get that the Irelia was a sort of a deny, but it just didn't work for me.
Yeah, I mean, the denial ray from Irelia was, I think, fine, but I think if you put Milup on Irelia again, I think that's fine. I think putting Sharks on Irelia, I haven't really seen Sharks play too much Irelia, but he didn't really have a real fun time against Don in the mid lane, who absolutely destroyed Sharks in the mid lane. Instead, you pick Akali in the Baron lane, which can be very, very risky because you don't have that early game pressure, and UI was able to dominate in the Baron lane as well. And then you pick a losing Dura lane with the Vayne Lulu. I think the Vayne Lulu still kind of makes sense because you want Kranix on that AD carry. But in my opinion, I don't think Vayne is as strong as what she used to be, because Solari Chargeblade is now kind of out of the AD carry kind of pool. I think she's still strong overall because, you know, these tanky bruisers are still in the meta that like to build Divine Sundra. But I just feel like it takes longer for Vayne to come online now, because before you had the extra 50% crit, you had the extra damage from Solari Chargeblade. You don't really get that now. So you kind of need really 3 or 4 items with Vayne for her to really come online. You know, the Bladering King, the Stormraiser, the Phantom Dancer. Even then, you only have 50% crit on Vayne. So it's a bit of a struggle for Viv Esports. They're going to look to try and bounce back in the lower bracket. But Formulation, they booked their tickets to Barcelona in pretty amazing fashion.
Yeah, they really did. You know what, guys? Let's take a look back at the key moment from that last game of the series here. The play of the game for Formulation. I think there were lots of good moments. I'm trying to think which one the best one was. It looks like it's that final fight. That was a massive Leona ultimate there, Stu. That was a 4-man Leona ultimate. Absolutely nutty engage, and then obviously the attempted Milup engage just got absolutely blasted at the end of the game. Dropped the Rift Herald from Kimau, and that was game ending. Beautiful play, beautiful setup, beautiful ending. And that's one thing that Formulation have shown they're very good at. They see a chance, they take it, and then they capitalize on it, which is something that really good teams are capable of.
We saw that in the first game. We also saw it in this third game as well. When Viv kind of overextend a little bit, or when a team makes mistakes, Formulation just engage. You can see all of Viv were just grouped up together. Perfect for Ziggs ultimate, perfect for Leona ultimate. Kamau was able to knock everyone away as well. And just a beautiful, beautiful team fight by Formulation. And that was it for them. They were able to just finish the game just like that in 12.5 minutes.
And I think both games that they won, they were dominant. It felt like Viv took what worked in game 2 and just said, nah, just do something completely different in game 3. But hey, look, they've got more chances. The bracket isn't over. Plenty of games left for Viv to try and find their way to Barcelona. In the meantime, we've got an interview ready with Don from Formulation Gaming. So we're going to hand it over to Hells to chat through his win and the team's success in getting to Barcelona.
Here we are again. I told you, Don, right? Like, hopefully I'll speak to you again after your next series. And here we are. So I want to ask you first. You've qualified to Barcelona already with this win.
Yes.
How are you and the team feeling after this intense series?
Well, we're like super happy. Yeah, we're actually super excited.
Yeah, of course.
Like the last moment when we destroyed Eliminix, we were like, oh my god, let's go, what the fuck, so good, bro. It's like this, you know? Yeah, and it was pretty good performance. The second game, I don't know, it kind of went wrong because we lack of damage and the early game skirmishes didn't go well, and yeah, it turned out like a loss. But overall, we just came back, we just said, okay guys, like mental reset, just focus. Everything is fine. Like we know what Viv wants to play, like they want to play Vayne, they wanted to play Ahri because apparently Sharks likes Ahri because of mobility, you know, wave clear, and it's just comfort pick. So we just deny enemy mid laner his comfort. Vayne we doesn't care because we focused more on the early game, you know. If we snowball early game, okay, Vayne is kind of useless. So we just followed our plan, and yeah, we succeed.
Yeah, definitely. You guys did lose the second game, as you mentioned, but the third game seemed like a very easy victory. I believe you guys won in like 13 minutes or something. So you beat Viv, which is an incredibly strong team, and it seems pretty easy for you, even though it was a 2 versus 1. You're up against WREC in your next match, however. And of course, I have to ask you, how are you feeling matching up against WREC? Because we saw WREC, right? They were insanely strong, especially in the new meta. So how are you feeling matching up against WREC in the next series?
I'm feeling pretty confident because like over all of the teams like in Europe, I prefer WREC like overall because their play style is kind of similar to us, and also the players of WREC are pretty good, so I like to face them and play against them. And I can tell you some insights like from the scrims, but be ready for the really good match. It's gonna be banger in my opinion. But it doesn't matter like who wins because we're still gonna go to Barcelona anyways.
Yeah, that's right. Talking about Barcelona, you know, I just want to give you a massive congratulations. I'm looking forward to meeting you all, and hopefully you guys will perform on stage just as well as you performed in today's series. So thank you very much, and yeah, I guess I could speak you after the WREC series again if you win.
Yeah, sure. I hope so. Peace. Thank you, everyone.
Right.
Bye-bye.
So that's it. Back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Don. Feeling confident, feeling good after that win. Nice to see him so pumped. You don't usually get to see Don with too much emotion there, but nice to see him so pumped at the end of that. And I think deserved winners. Honestly, I think they played. I think they played better. They drafted better, especially drafted better. And I think you know, I'm really glad to see Formulation live up to their potential because there's a lot of potential on that team. Let's take a look at the MVP then from this series, the all-important MVP. And we actually had a lot of discussion about this behind the scenes. There was a lot of back and forth about who kind of stood out to us as the MVP. But for me, and I think for a lot of us, Kamau in the jungle, despite having not the most amazing KDA, the influence that he had in engaging these fights and just dominating from the early game really felt like, especially this right here, you could see driving the win for Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, I think in game 1 and game 3, he was so dominant on his Xin Zhao. Kind of a new pick that's come into the meta with all the buffs, but it just shows that Kamau could just do amazing things when he's just on the forefront. He's just on the front. He's just engaging. He loves to be that champion, that sort of player that loves to go in with the likes of Zaura and Don as well. And I think that's just kind of what we said with Formulation overall. If they're on the front foot, if they have the advantages, they're able to just engage, go in, and just completely dominate. And that's what they did against Viv. And I think that next matchup, Formulation against WREC, is going to be, as he said, a very, very exciting series.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it, but of course we've got more matches to get through before we get to that stage of the tournament. Hells, my man, how are you? And that was a great series, right? I think we all expected Viv to win, but Formulation, they proved us wrong.
I mean, I even said easy win. Right? I got proved wrong. Formulation Gaming just took the series. And honestly, it kind of felt easy for Formulation Gaming besides that second game. Like the third game, they just absolutely giga-stomped Viv.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I need to have words with whoever drafted that Viv composition, but I won't get hung up on that. Guys, let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are at the end of today. It was a long, awesome day of Wild Rift. We've got plenty more days this week to go. WREC versus Formulation in the winners bracket final. Both teams are secured for Barcelona, so they'll be happy. And as Stu said, the winner of that will decide who goes to the main stage and who potentially has to go to the play-ins. But regardless, it's going to be a really banger series, and I'm looking forward to the series that we have tomorrow, which will be, I think, Viv versus Team Dark and Queso versus Control. I think, there is some difficult to call. I mean, I'm leaning towards Viv and Team Queso, but Team Dark can definitely upset, and Control definitely have their moments too, right, Stu?
Yeah, I think Team Dark, I think we kind of see them as, we call them like the flip team, really. It's like, what side of Team Dark are we going to see on the day? Because they've taken down strong teams before, but they've also lost to kind of lesser known teams as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see what side of Team Dark we're going to see tomorrow. But yeah, I'm the same with you. I think Team Queso against Riv, and that's going to be a really interesting one as well, because Team Queso versus Viv, that could potentially secure the third spot in Barcelona. That's amazing if we get that matchup.
I'm super, super excited for that. Hells, it's been great as well. I really love casting with you earlier today, Stu. We had a great series also. But that is it from us today here on the WREC Last Chance Qualifiers. We have got 3 more days of action, I believe, coming your way this week before we gear up for those all-important live finals later on in the year, which is not actually in the year. It's like a month away. But regardless, we're going to be getting there soon. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more action here on the WREC.
Dale, hombre.